Okay, so you remember yesterday we wrapped up basically using field to finish sort of on the fly to go from this jumbled mess that actually some people live with and call that a good job to straightening that out. So I think, we when I say some people live with that, it's typically they tend to be engineers. The surveyors tend to understand brake lines and their importance and how to use them a bit better, I think, because they're a little more organically closer to modeling those surfaces. So we'll come back to that kind of thing in a bit. So now let's go first of all, and until I start to get these file open lags, if I can keep that, I think I'll switch over to the IntelliCAD version. And we'll take a look at these points again. So now, when this comes up, you can either go ahead and start either an empty file or open up one that we were working on yesterday if you saved it, it has points in it. And let's see, to this loads. Yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to make a new drawing here. And I'm going to find a template. Again, doesn't matter which template, but there is a particular thing I wanted to point out if it happens, but we'll see. All right, so I'm going to go to my location for the class here, my data sets. I'm going to call this one point manipulation. We'll call it that. And we'll make this, so we'll say a 30 scale. And I'll just go next with none. And I'll go to I probably should have done it there as part of the wizard, but I'll set my coordinate file to this. Let's see, there's 22. It doesn't matter how many points there are. Um, okay, so here's one thing that I was wanting to make sure to point out to you when I use that template. You may, from time to time, if you might get this message that says, right here, it says on the command line right above it, it says, and it doesn't get in the way, it doesn't cause any problem, but it says, due to a known limitation, unable to set the annotation scale for a drawing saved in older DWG format. Now, what triggers that? And I wish they would just simply update it or, fix it. The or what triggers that is if you have on your settings, I'll go up here to my Carlson configure and my general settings, and I've told it down here to set it's this last checkbox right here to set the annotated scaling to match the drawing scale. So when I set that up as a 1 inch equals 30 feet, I wanted it to create a drawing scale accordingly. Well, if you look over down here at my status bar, you see that, Right now it's set to 1/8 inch equals 1 foot from whatever the, might have been in place before. And it actually should go to one of these. Now I see these two guys right here. It actually created the annotation scaling for me, but it did not switch it. And so it's telling you over here, due to a known limitation, it's unable to set the scaling. So even though you've changed the scaling, and let's go up here now and go to my settings, drawing setups, and let's put that now from, say, to a 60 foot, a 1 inch equals 60 foot. Now, when I go back, you see, I still haven't changed it, but you see it has created it. So if I want to change it to match it, I have to manually come down here and change it. Otherwise, the switch will do that for you automatically. So if you're finding that not working, even though you have the switch on, it is due to this. And the way to, and it gets triggered by the template that you base your drawing on was originally saved in a drawing format. I think it was pre-2004, because I'm using this old civil demo template or the Carlson template that just comes out of the box. And, it's just been migrated from years and years forward, so it's old. So the way to fix that is to go and open that template file. If you're using your own custom template, your drawing templates, you should be okay. If you do get this, all you have to do is open those drawing templates and save them back as a template. But when you do a save as, when you open the drawing template, you don't even need to make a change, but do a save as, even though you'll keep the same name. And you want to pull this down and make sure you are, I think it's older than the 2004 version, but get the latest. And so you would choose the 2018 as a DWG, first of all, so it gets saved, so that you can choose that format. Because if you saved it as a drawing template right here as a DWT, it doesn't update that to the newer version. So save it first as a DWG at the latest, most recent, and then just rename the file as a DWT and put it where it goes. Anyway, a little obscure, but that's why those things don't automatically update. So now let's see. I've got my coordinate points. I'll list these points. I've got just 22, so it doesn't really matter what I've got. So now if you look on the points, well, first of all, on the settings menu, back to Carlson setup. Sorry. Carlson configure under general, and you've got that linking. That's the first thing to check is on or not. You've obviously got that done. Now look at your point defaults. When you are drawing a point, now this is just setting up the defaults for when you create a point, is you have these check boxes on or off, and I'm not right down here. This right here is to whether or not you draw the actual point node. So if you don't, I'm going to turn mine off. And let's see if that makes this happen. Okay. And so I'm going to go next to my points menu and draw locate points. And I think I've also got that switch here. I'm not, yeah, right here is, I could say it's a sort of the other side of that switch. Instead of drawing the symbols and the attributes, it could only draw the actual node itself. That's the CAD point. So I'm going to make sure that's unchecked, but it's also unchecked to draw the node in the defaults. So now if I just do a draw all, there's my points. And let's see what happens now. So if I select this point, you see I get a grip at the point location, and I also get the individual attribute grips. And if I move these, by these. Now that's a description. Let me double click this and give it a description. So you can see it. So that's why I liked doing these by these grips and even though now this is new, it used to be when you grabbed that grip, it didn't bring all three attributes together, and you'll see what happens when I let go of it. It leaves the other two back in place, but brings this attribute where it is. Now that was that one. If I grab at the symbol and move it, no, so apparently it is supposed to bring this up. Let me point and use recording file. Okay. So even though I had my point to false set right here to not draw the nodes. So if I were to select this, I should see, yeah, there's only two right here. There's two, and they are made into a group. Okay, so, but that, even at that, still triggered the warning. So that was, I guess, a theory that didn't pan out. Huh. I'm
Now,
not
is
sure.
there a command? You moved all the attributes, and they're not uniform like the other ones. Is there a command to put all those attributes back to?
Yeah, just draw locate the point again. And so when you draw that as to point 12, it's going to put it back. Now, I didn't update the point, but you see how I put it back with the point number, the elevation, and then the description, which is blank, would be underneath it.
Okay.
But if you want that, so you can either just redraw it. I don't think there's one that says restore it. I'm not, because I know everything down here has to do with the attributes. So you can do, let's see, dynamic point attributes. Turn off the regular. That's new, actually. I don't even know what that does really. Command creates point at the dynamically resize to view in the current zoom level. So the point label, yeah, boy, I can't imagine that being very helpful for anybody, and they're only for the viewing only and not saved in the DWG file. That's sort of like if you have your PD mode set to something other than 0 or 1, and you set it up as a percentage of the screen size. So when you um, zoom in and out, it's going to change. It's sort of like using annotative scaling, but that's where you have to physically change the scale of your drawing. Uh, whereas this other one is zoom dependent. So I see what that is for. That is new on that one. But these others, if you move a point attribute, so if I select here, you see how I can put that at a given place and rotation. Of course, it only asked me for the rotation once. I think, no, I guess it'll do. And then if I move this one, all right, I'm done with those. Now, if I move that, I say yes. So the whole thing goes with that. Now, if I wanted to restore that back where they were, there was a version of this that when I did a draw locate points, and I could say either all or just that one. Yeah, see, it just redid it. But there was a time, or there's some kind of condition, I'm not sure which, that if you should happen to move those point attributes and then redraw the point, it remembers that you moved them and where you moved them to. So if you did like this move point attribute with the leader, and you wanted to do something like that. And of course, all those options are available to where you can draw this horizontal tick. You can draw an arrowhead or not, and whether or not and it sets up the sizes and whether or not it points to the actual point or to the symbol. You can have it offset back so it doesn't, that kind of stuff. All right, so now we've done those 3 points. And if I go to move a point, maybe that's where it was. If I adjust and move a point, if I say that, you see it carries that with it. But that's not what I was talking about. It was something that when you did a draw points, yeah, that was it. So if you move it with a leader, if you move that attribute with the leader, then if you go and redraw those points, it remembers that you've done that and puts them back. So even if I just come here and just graphically delete those, I need to recreate them. So if I would draw locate, um, ah, so it did not in that instance. So there I've moved them. And if I draw locate points again, as long as they exist with these moved, it remembers it, even though I've got down here to erase and redraw. So if I draw these again, so it does redraw them, it erases them and puts them back, but they have to exist on the screen for it to remember that relocation. And that may only be with that move attributes with leader that occurs. Now, I know your question was from the opposite direction, is how to put those back. Now, so if you've done these with the leader, you can put those back with, you run that command again, move point attributes with a leader, but now you see down here below, there's an option called restore. So when you type R, you're going to put those back. Oops. I guess you have to do it each individually. All right, so that's that. Now, if I have moved an individual point attribute, let's just move this one to, we'll put it up and to the left of the point number, and we'll put this point number down and to the right by the elevation. All right. Now, if we do that again, see, there is no restore. But if I do this, if I move point attributes with a leader, even though I did not do that, I click the point and it's getting ready to do it. If I choose R to restore, that'll do it. Okay. So, and you have to click them individually. There's not something that says recreate all of them back in the default settings. But even though if you've just made those grip moves and you just sort of I wish they didn't show you those things together. They used to not do it. So now we've done that. So you would run that command points, move attributes with leader. That gives me the option to restore. So if I R to restore and then click, then R to restore and click. So that's what puts them back to where they were. If you want to do a whole bunch of them together, then I would suggest just simply redrawing the points. Well, no, that's not exactly right. Yeah, you'd have to erase the points first and then redraw them. Because if you leave them on the screen, it will remember those displacements. I think we'll test that one more time. All right, so those are done. Now, if I draw locate just right over top of it, that should put those back, you would think. And it does. Okay. So when you redraw and recreate it, if you've not moved with the leader, it will reset them to where they generally are based on the defaults. If you want to do those individually, then you would run the command, move point attributes with a leader, and then choose the restore option to reset that back where it happened to be. Now, David, in your situation, again, I wasn't able to glean any insights on that because you can see the node, whether the node is on or off, did not seem to trigger that one way or the other. One thing I did want to do though, um, say this, I'm running 2025. You said you were running 2024. So let me see if that gives us any difference. And just for yucks, I'll double check my point defaults. I am, yes, drawing the point nodes. Um, switch symbols just so we can see it, and I'm going to redraw them. Draw locate points. All right, so now those are the points. And now when I select each of these, and if I do a grip as, see, that's the way I like to see that. So it's not trying to move. It's not showing you a preview of everything moving. Oh, and if I did that, and I don't know why that, oh, that's the description grip, sorry, which was blank. Now, if I were to grab that grip right there in the center, see, it does move and trigger. Hmm. So now, David, you said that you were also, you didn't like the fact that it did not put a grip at the point location. And yet I do see one. And when I use that grip, it carries everything and also activates the trigger. So I'm wondering if that's somehow related. So when you select a point, do you get when you select a point, what do you get grip wise?
We get the same ones.
You get the grip in this at the node itself. And if you use that grip instead of one of the attribute grips, and if you move it, you say you do not get this, right?
Correct. We do not.
But you do at least get the grip or the grip to show up at the point location.
Correct.
Okay, so yeah, because I thought you'd said earlier that that was one of the things you didn't like about Carlson was that it did not do that. Um, but it does get that. Now let's see if um, when you what I want, let's do this. If you go to a point, anywhere on the screen and just let's just edit that one particular point, and I want to edit. Like this is close to 1006. I'm just going to call it 1000. And this negative 413, I'm going to call negative 400, for instance. And I'll say, okay, now that's going to reposition it. So now I know that it's changed. So go ahead. So what I want you to do is just double click that and make a note of what that coordinate is, or you can tell me if it always does it if you know offhand. And then grab select the point and then um, take a grip and move it. You say you don't get this, that's fine. I'm going to say, yes, it's okay. I did do that. And if I double click it, now I see I've obviously changed those coordinates. So what I want to do is find out from you when you're doing that grip move, is it actually updating the
Yes.
coordinates?
Yes. Yes. I went through that because I went through all the settings and screenshot it and make like I said
Yeah.
the nerve surveyor, right? So I did get it where it populates, but I still would like to be prompted because
Well, of course.
it's not simple. 15 points on top of each other. I'll make sure I move the right one. So,
Well, and there's another thing that happens too. Let's say I'm going to grab that point 13. If I move here now, if I didn't get the grip or whatever, I'm going to say no. Okay. Now, when you say no, that doesn't put it back where it used to be. So here's what happens though, is if I do this other point over here, it just comes right up. But if I double click this point, it tells me now, hey, warning, the screen point differs from the coordinate file. Which one do you want to edit? So when you pop this up, if I say the screen, it takes it from here. If I say the file, it takes it from back here. Okay, and so then I say okay, and it puts it back where it was. So it can recognize those being out of sync and tells me, so maybe the screen got repositioned, it did not get updated. Now that doesn't help. I know what you're asking it to do, and that doesn't help your situation, but um, it has an awareness of that differential. That's what I'm trying to figure out what's not set correctly. So anyway, um, I'll try to track that down for you a little further, but it sounds to me like you're further along with getting it tracked down than I would be. I can't think of any particular setting if this point defaults drawing the point node did or did not happen. If that didn't have an effect, and I tested it here in mine and it does not have an effect. So I don't know exactly what else that I would um, where else that I might look. It's got, I would imagine that it would need to be a setting, it's an IntelliCAD setting and not so much a Carlson setting. So there's some CAD setting that is triggering that, like, and probably possibly something even unrelated, like, where you allow pop-ups for your commands, or if you're using heads-up display, so that the command dialog shows up at the cursor instead of just at the command line. It may be something that seems completely unrelated, but it would have to be something that triggers a little pop-up message on the screen. It might even be a complete, something outside of the CAD system. It might be an OS thing, but I can't think of one that would do that where you would suppress pop-up messages. It's not a web browser, so I wouldn't know what that would be. But I'll make a note of it and I'll try to track that down and we'll come back to that. All right. Now, Nolan had a quick question too. He wanted to talk a little bit more about a couple of settings that we can use. So again, I'm just going to go back and open up a settings file. Now, Nolan, you're using the AutoCAD version. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. I have
Okay.
what is it,
Okay.
the OEM version currently.
Oh, that's right. You got OEM. Well, see, OEM may give you something a little different. I'm not sure. Uh,
I've looked at it on both, and it's
yeah,
probably similar enough.
I
So
mean, it's supposed to work across all three versions the same. But what he's talking about for the rest of you is under this settings where you have this set project data folders, or you can do that from your Carlson configure directly in your general, or I'm sorry, not your general settings, but this project data folders, same thing. So he's using, instead, if you use this project folder, and then you can create this project subfolder setup. And you would do this, you would create a hierarchical list of folders. And you just got your adds and renames and deletes, and you can drag them, to wherever let's say if I'm sitting under points, I might have another, I want to add another one called, let's just call it field points maybe as a folder. And then I would have another one maybe called deed points. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't obviously do this, but so that's what I've done is I've created these folders now to be available to hold my data. Once I'm done, I would say, okay. And then I make sure I just set my data type subfolders where I can choose out of this list which files go where. And so, you could say by default, your, let's keep in mind, so that's CRD. So right now it's going to points, but there's also this points, D points and field points as a default location. So, so even if we said every time I want to save or open a coordinate file, I'm going to look here at D points first. I'll say, okay, 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 and exit. And then I'm going to say now, set my coordinate file. The heck? Set my coordinate file. Well, this particular setting is different. I need to reset that. But if I were to work under that project uh, setting, let me see if I can just reset that. Reassign, clear, and then reassign, nothing to reassign. So my startup and my current, that's my settings, project folder. So now coordinate file save as, yeah, there you see it goes to D points. But, and again, you can always, navigate away from it. So I go up a level there. I'm now in in data sets. Or I could be in data points, field points, go up a level. Field points, deed points, or keep it at this level here, which is at this data sets data. Or I could be in points. And again, you could go out here to just use your standard Windows file picker, whichever way you want to do it. So again, what I'm setting with that option is how the system is looking for this data and whether it creates this structure of folders underneath wherever you've said the project name is. Okay. Now, Nolan, your next question then was on whether you use this settings server.
Yeah, and just one more question about
Yeah.
the data type subfolders. So what I was maybe looking to use this was so say a good example is like you have 3 or 4 different types of tables that you like to use across the company, and you kind of want them all to look a few different ways. If I wanted to supply those with everybody, would this be a good place to go ahead and like put them into the project folder and then make the link for table defaults and have those default files in the project folder structure?
Yeah. Let me get an example of.
Or there's I guess there's like 10 file settings, things like that. Because I'm a little confused about whether that like is carried through a CFG file to share it with everybody else, or like what's the best way to like try
Well,
to keep everybody on the same page is really what
yeah.
I
Yeah. And that really gets more to that settings server.
okay. But
Oh,
like if say I had a project and I had made a custom table for that project, if I set this data type here, it would save that table, that TBL file in a proper location so that if somebody else opened this project, they would have the right table settings. Am I understanding that
they would
correctly?
have access to the right table settings, but they have to still load
Loaded.
those
Yeah.
settings because most of those dialogues that they're using are going to be carried over from the last time they ran the command.
But setting it up here would kind of help them if they hit save, it would automatically tell them where to put it, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
and also let's say they're running something where they need that table
Uh-huh.
and they can notice most of these have a load and save button pair at the bottom.
Okay.
They would use load, it would then jump to wherever you've stored that location within that project as a default place to start looking for that folder or for that file
Okay.
saved. Now that's those particular, like this is a particular table, and these tables, it says table settings. I'm not, I don't think a TBL is the settings. I think that's actually the resulting table
Yeah, it
file.
gets a little confusing with like
Yeah, because
all the different little files for annotate like
yeah,
table defaults. That might be like a TDF, I think, or something like
yeah,
that.
yeah, and I'm not sure, there's, oh God, there's hundreds of those.
Yeah,
But
and I think I don't necessarily like, but do you think this would be a good way to kind of like keep those specific like project-based defaults that have to change between workflows? Like if I predetermine the folder structure and then set up these data types, it'll kind of help. Like if say another CAD tech or somebody opens it up, they don't have to worry. Like it kind of points them in the right direction when you open up these like dialog boxes. Is that
uh,
correct?
yeah, but they do have to take that step of loading and so when they load it, it
Okay.
has to be loaded from somewhere. Now that could come from this settings server if you've got that set up or not. Um,
Okay.
Yeah, okay,
Well,
so
maybe the setting server is a better place to do that than within the project.
yeah, let me see if it gives us anything here. Use data folder for settings. So that sets the settings folder to match the data folder. So that's one way that it will. And again, these are just locations that it points you to at first. They're just default locations. It's not setting you into a particular file. So if you use the data folder for the settings, that instead of looking for a separate location for settings, it looks in, within the project itself. So set our settings.
This might be better for exactly kind of the example you said, like go ahead and have, it's like say you want the coordinate file to not be in the drawing folder and you want it to be in a coordinate file folder.
Oh yeah,
Set it there so when they hit create a new coordinate file, it's automatically pointing to that place.
that's exactly right. So
Okay.
if I were to do that,
So
say,
like, would you think that would maybe work good too for like surface files, like when it writes the 10 file and you want
oh
that in
yeah,
a surface folder?
yeah, exactly right. So if you
All
like,
right.
in fact, you see, I've got that setting made, and if I were in my surface menu and say triangulate and contour, and I'm going to write a surface file, and I choose select, you see how I didn't, sorry. Apparently I didn't have that one set. A 10. So come down here and find. Right, yeah, it wasn't assigned yet. So I'm going to put that under, say, you should have data surfaces. There it is. Okay. So that's now set. And so now if I were to do that, if I'm going to create a surface and I go to select a file, see how it puts me right there in my data surfaces, even though my drawing is up here in data sets, but it looks inside data and then looks inside surfaces as a starting point. Again, I can navigate away from it, but that gives me, that points everybody into putting things in the right structured location. So your surfaces would live where they live, your points would live where they live, and off you'd go. Now, if you choose to use that, and if I were doing this in a production environment, particularly across multiple offices, I would very definitely be doing that. And David, you've used Land Desktop, I think you said before, so this is somewhat reminiscent of that, other than I think in the days that when I used Land Desktop, you weren't able to change those folders, but they had a particular structure, and that's where everything went. Um, so, it's good discipline to get into, and it helps you sort of keep track of those files. But here's something also to be aware of if you're not. Under settings, Carlson configure general settings, there's a little checkbox right here that says save your drawing INI files. And I like to save those, and it uses that old file format. It's just a little text file that lists the files, or the various files that are associated with your drawing file. So actually I need to put this back. So then if you were to look at that location, let's see, here's my Carlson projects, my training, my data set. And that drawing is called point manipulation. So I should see also a point manipulation configure, what they're going to think of as a configuration file. There it is, point manipulation INI. I guess I hadn't. Well, let's look at, say, this civil demo that I hadn't done anything with that file yet to be able to do it. But you see what it does is it just makes a running tally of these different files. There's that Carlson symbols dot cell. That's an actual microstation cell library that may have gotten loaded at some point. So, you know, it's a good little sort of an audit trail that you can look at if you need to, if you're missing files that are going to, you know, that you expect to be part of your project. So I would recommend always having that switch on to save those, and it just sort of keeps track, much like this. You know, I think it's your project explorer. Not. I need to open up a different file. Let me open. Let's say this one that we did at one point, and I've done some work with it. And now close that. There's a settings explorer, which is another way to distribute your settings. And you can do that, you know, load and save and then restore those back. Then there is the settings file manager. Now get back into this file open lag. Yeah. We'll give it just a
Quick question about INI files. Does CAD read the INI files or just write the
uh,
INI?
no, it's only there to keep track of those files. Carlson is doing all the management of that.
Okay.
So, yeah, it has nothing to do with the CAD system underneath. It doesn't have any use for it. Now, so that INI file is sort of like this, where you can see under, say, survey, under general, different categories. This is more, these are the settings. So here are these different files that I have used from time to time with this particular file. Different configurations. Oh, you know what? No, this is not what this is doing. This is reading from this particular settings folder all of the related settings files that may have been created and stored in that particular location. So if I change my settings folder, instead of Carlson settings, let's say I look at my um, my Pennsylvania settings. I'm not sure that there are any necessarily. Well, anyway, But that may be something, Nolan, for you to use to maybe, yeah, you see there's nothing under there. So in that particular location, but those are, excuse me, basically, if I were to change that back up to settings and let it populate, now you can do, let's say, if you wanted to do a comparison, okay, not for field files apparently. So let's look at draw profile settings, the difference between hydro class and something else. So if I compare that, well, this thing is just becoming impossible with this lag on it. Anyway, this might be a tool for you to explore a little further, Nolan, on how to get those and distribute those. So you would compare and see, I was looking at this hydro class PFS. So now it wants to pick a comparison file, a PFS file. So I would look now, you see Eduardo Hydro, West Mifflin 17 and West Mifflin. So I could compare this to Eduardo, open that up, and I would see, here's your first file, here's your second file, and these different settings, and it shows you the two files and how they may or may not compare. All right, so it's a nice little tool, but what I was getting back to the INI files is with this project manager, the project explorer, that should basically it reads from that. I don't know if it actually links directly to the INI file, but it has an equivalent type of function where it shows you the files in this project. Of course, you have to have, that's it, you have to have saved the project first, and then you would, open up, you make a new one or save that. And then when you load that file up, it has all of the associated files with this particular project listed in there, and you can add to it and subtract from it. So it's just another way of sort of working on that same information that the INI file gives you. So if you want to go that route instead of using the INI files, there's no need to write to save those INI files. I will tell you that they never get very large. They're just little text files, and because of that, they can be a tool to help you keep track of the files associated with the drawing. And when I say files associated, I mean, remember when we did this, we made 2 or 3 different surface files, so it would have each of those listed in there. And then you can, keep those associated with it so that they're known to be, with this particular file. Now, there was one thing I wanted to actually point out to you. You see this little marker here? This particular file happens to be in a registered state plains zone, and it's in PA South. It's down near the turnpike. This marker, that's what's called a geographic location indicator. And it's not like I don't think, yeah, see, it's nothing I can select and delete. It just happens to be there as part of this GIS system where I've got this geographic map. I can remove the location, or I can, if I don't have one, it says create one, and it lets me set a particular marker there. And then from that, and this is, I have to be in the GIS module. So if you happen to have that with your tool set, you can then, you've always got this, you can place a Google Earth image and world files and all that, but you also have this one where you can turn on your map types, either aerial, road, or hybrid. Let's go with the hybrid. It's now on, and I didn't trigger it. Let me see. Yeah, it looks like I have to set it. Anyway, um, it's sort of a way that when you put this marker in and you turn those files on, um, it will create, no matter what zoom level you're at, it puts the aerial imagery behind it that it finds, out there from usually either from Google Maps or Bing Maps. Keep in mind, if you are using that function, that those maps are not, they're not ortho photos. They're not going to be exactly right. So you're going to see some things pop up like, corners don't match necessarily. Let me give you a quick example of that. Let's see. In fact, I'm going to get out of this and go to the AutoCAD version to get that file lag out of the way. Let me just open this one here. This will not necessarily be that same one. It looks like it is there, yeah. So this has been set, and I would go into my GIS module and where's the AutoCAD version? It's going to not have it exactly, but if I do place a this is a bit more static than the other one. The other one actually loads it up as no matter what zoom level you are, it just keeps loading the data. And so what this is going to do when I've given it these window points, it lets me find the resolution and whether I want to place these. But here's what I wanted to show you is that keep in mind, it's downloading from Google Earth. So there's now the imagery that underlies that file. But notice these corners aren't lining up with the corners of the parking lot. You see it's off a little bit. See how that does? So just keep that in mind. If you are using those, they're not going to be survey accurate. But there's another tool if you happen to have another module called CADNet, and that lets you do on this raster menu, you can do what's called rubber sheeting. If I've set the raster image. All right, and now I've got this rubber sheet function, and it wants me to choose a particular way that I want to match this up, either by inverse distance transformation or a mesh deformation, where it's going to actually warp the photo to make it meet. So, and you can do it with files, etc., or you can just simply do an OK, and it's just pick an origin of the control point. So I'm going to say I'm going to go from here, and where do I want that to go? I want it to go to that corner there. All right, so that's one. And I would do this for several, just several locations that I might be able to find, an exact corner. Like maybe there are some inlets somewhere. Let's see. over here, maybe. Yeah, so here is, that's not a very good photograph to begin with. So set that corner. Let's find another parking corner down here, maybe. So I'm going to do another one. I'm going to go from, and they don't have it mapped in there. This is a newer photograph, it looks like. That's fine. Here's one. So if I go from here, then up to here, and you do that for as many of these as you can find. It's off my edge. And that would, let's see, let's try from here, say up to here. I think I may have missed that one a little bit, but anyway, you do that for a couple of places. Let's see, I did one there. Let's maybe do this one. So I'm going to go from here up to here. And then once you're done, you hit enter to end and watch what happens to the photograph. See how it shifts it, so it does that it recreates that image based on manipulating those points, and it gets you a little better fit. Again, it's still not survey accurate. You would have to have a digital orthophoto to be able to do that. And when you do have a digital orthophoto that you're using instead of this Google Earth image, you don't need to do that rubber sheeting. It should match exactly on the ground. But again, that's just a couple of things that you can have, that you find available in your, if you had the GIS module, and then to do the rubber sheeting, you need that CADNet module. Now, again, what I wanted to point out then is, see if I've got it. The latest. I may have trashed it already. Here, let's see the latest. Yeah. I don't know if you guys get the Carlson newsletter, but this last issue, and this is available, just go to the Carlson website and sign up for it. But it's a nice article here written by Doug Auberg, and it explains that with that marker, how you get those things to come in and underlie your work with this geolocation map service. So of course it requires an internet connection, but that's where you define this position, and you basically wind up with a marker like we saw, that little red location in the corner with a latitude and longitude that you tell it what it is. And it uses that then to go out and find. So you can see down here in this bottom image, he zoomed way out from his project, and it shows all of the surrounding information. Zoom in, of course, and it loads it up, and it's a dynamic load when you're using this method, in that, if there's different imagery available at different resolutions, it will find that appropriate one and load it up for the level that you're zoomed to. This is much like if any of you use MicroStation, they have a background image function that if you were in a known coordinate space, it can translate that into whatever, and it uses exclusively Bing map imagery over on the MicroStation side, so you can bring those in just for reference. But I would point you to this, and we're not going to go down this rabbit hole, but I would point you to this article from the from that Carlson newsletter, and it was in that latest one from this March 2025 news. You can get it either by going to their website, signing up, or I think it's also available from the from the load screen here, if I go back to my start screen, I think over in here, if you've got your news, turn on, let me see, this is the AutoCAD version. Now that just goes to the website, the help system. Define. These are from Autodesk. Yeah, I don't see that available in the AutoCAD side, but in the IntelliCAD side, you get a list of news articles over here, and I think the newsletters are always available over here on this edge as well. So if that's of interest to you, track that uh, information down. Okay. So let me close that off and let's jump back. Does anybody have any particular questions on that functionality where we tried to track this stuff down? And David, I'll try to track down that other thing for you. If I
Just real
can.
quick, like you were starting to look at that settings server thing before I kind of sidetracked you.
Yeah, the okay, on the settings module, let's see, and you're in AutoCAD, I'll be in AutoCAD. So let's just load up a file. All right, so now back on the settings. Let's see if this is going to be. Okay, so these set project data folders. You had a further question on this?
Yeah, just there's over there in the right the use settings server.
Uh-huh.
What exactly like how to use that, I guess?
Well, you would hit the setup button and then you have to choose a location wherever that settings server is going to reside. And it would be usually on a network share. So if I look at it, and I don't think I have one handy, but I'm making a new one. So if I go to my Carlson projects, let's just keep it in this. And we'll say, okay, automatically check the server. Base settings. So that's all good. Can add a particular folder. So if I've got let's add this settings folder, which I'm going to look at my 2022 AutoCAD settings in my Carlson projects. We'll just choose that. I don't have I've got configurations. Let's say these class settings. That's a global kind of setup. So this is going to list the files that I add right here to this server manager. And so what you'd have to do then is if you want to distribute those settings to another user, you point them to this settings server. And then let's say use a drawing database. The current project file. that one.
So I could do like the settings and then like more importantly, I was worried like so we have a bunch of symbols that we want everybody to kind of be able to use. So I do the because those have to be in the support folder, right? The symbols like
Yeah, that's, and I don't there's no reason why it has to be that way, but that's the way it's done. So if
yeah.
I wanted to say draw these symbols, but I can actually go to this symbol library. Okay.
Yeah, so I built a symbol library, and
Okay.
unless I dump all of my custom symbols into everybody's support folder, they don't load with the library. So I
Yeah.
was wondering if maybe I could use that settings server to, so when
To
they
post
open
it.
their CAD, it'll look for any changes to those symbols without me having to tell everybody that we've changed one symbol and we need you to override it in your support folder. So that was kind of what I was exploring. It sounds like that might be what this is for, kind of.
Well, I think what it's going to do there is it's going to show you where that's available. I'm not sure that it's not going to force an automatic update, which is really would be ideal. They still have to go into there and choose to load it. But like here is like if I go into my symbol library and then import this library, it's going to read that. But then once it's here and we save, it's going to write those, it's going to copy those into those individual support folders. Um, so I know what you're asking to do. My knowledge of this is going to say that you're still going to have to get those distributed per machine and have them uh, available in each of those support folders. But I can't think of a mechanism that will automatically do that for you. I think they're still going to have to make that. Even with that settings server, I think because this is not really a setting per se, even though, in spirit of what it is a setting. Um, but because of the way it pulls these settings out and makes them available to places like draw locate and you hit set, you're going to change the symbol. The way this gets done is that has to come out of those individual locations, those individual support folders. So now there is this, they go to Carlson Community, and this is an online place where you can get these symbols. So okay, it clicked. It's taking a second.
Thank you for doing that.
Yeah, I'm trying to see when this thing's popping up. Come on. I- Come on, let's go. Yeah, I might not be set up correctly on the AutoCAD side. My IntelliCAD, this will take you to um, let's see if I've got a place to set it. And here's some settings, migrations. Yeah, that still has to be pulled individually. We go into help and look for, there's no Carlson community. Look here under, Carlson, okay. Blah, blah, blah. Types of files can include 3D models for visualization, point symbol files, field to finish code tables, etc. To find the file, first choose the type to search for. See, that's once you get to community, it doesn't tell me how to set it up. Let's see, to create a new, to download. To do more across, you need to have an account and log in. To log in, pick the login button, which, okay, but you got to get that interface up and it's not coming up. I have it configured. It's on the file menu. Let's take a look and see what it does there. Carlson community. There we go. So that button in the point symbol library should have taken me to this location. Whereas you can see all of these different downloadable things that people out there in the world have made. Like you've got these, animals, road signs, vehicles. You got various regions. Survey, for instance. Brady Bainberry, whatever that is, and a setback SCC as to where that happens to be. And then you could download that. Put your settings up. You can show these different things for it. I thought you were able to get, look for code tables. So these are different code tables that people have created. There's a Virginia DOT, for instance, Idaho, Illinois. So anyway, it's a way to find some things out there that other people may have used. Some road template designs, different things for the highway design stuff under civil. But yeah, so that is a function where you should be able to, once you're in here, no, not from this, but if you're choosing out of this, yeah, see that right there should bring that dialog up, and it's not working, at least in the AutoCAD side. I think it works on the IntelliCAD side. Anyway, again, it's not, that in itself is also not a mechanism to have it automatically update their access to that server. I think you're still going to have to get them to manually select it. And then when they say save, it copies it into their support folder. It just, unfortunately, that's just where it comes from. There's no real way to point them to a central location instead of their support folder. Except, let's go back to have a file open here. You can do it this way. It just occurred to me. If you look at your AutoCAD options under files, you've got the support file search paths, and you've got the working support path. And one of those is, well, these are just different ones it would look for. Let's see if there is a data sources. Templates, authoring. And let's see, printer support. And See right here, it's this one right here that points to support. And down here, and it might be that you could add that location to here. And in addition, for it to look in the built-in one, if you add, say, I don't have one set up to be able to point to it. But if you set that up here as that last known location, then it would, if it doesn't find, and that's the problem, if it finds it in those other locations, it would load it from there first. So it's either going to need to be the first file or the last file location. So if you point that accordingly, then when they go to choose to look for that file type, for those point types, it should be able to read that library from that location. Man, I'm not sure. Let's see if we choose. You see that's this library structure that you see here. Points with wipeout trees, etc., etc. I've got CNG symbols, 3D items with different different points in them. National CAD standards. Here's my CATV. Go up a folder. So this structure comes from over here. See, there's those different things. There's my 3D symbols, signs, etc. So that this governs what they see when they go to choose a particular point. Now, where this so yeah. So it's looking for that slide file location. That's not. Import symbols. Down here, it's giving me some failed to load stuff, but if I import individual symbols as opposed to this library, which was pre-built as a slide file, this should point me to some location that I could go to on the server and select that symbol that maybe you've updated, and it brings it in. Then when they say save, what it's doing is it's going to copy it back into that individual user's support folder. So I don't think there's any way. You might try under those options with that file where you're setting the files types. You might try pointing that. So this now would then get me over to these drawings, and I could find these individual um, symbols. And notice, where am I? I am in right now my support folder. So if I were to go to, those would, that could be actually a symbol. Because I would find that, I would import it, and say if I'd open it, selected file is not in the support directory. Would you like to copy it there? And so you would then, once you've chosen the symbol or symbols to load, you would answer yes to that, and it copies it over there. I'm sure you're familiar with having to do that. But I don't I don't think there's any way to have this automatically look at that location so that the updates are always available as the latest version that it sees, unless it reads it out of their support directory. So that, and I'll try to find that out a little bit further, but that's my understanding, is that they do have to live there in that support directory. Even though this lets you go out and find those points, once you've set that up in their library, then they have to, when they save, they have to answer that question, yes, copy it into that support folder. So the settings server doesn't automatically push those there to that location either. Yeah, so I think the answer to that question, Nolan, unfortunately, is no. You still have to go through making sure they get those. I don't really have any advice on that other than you're going to have to manage it the same way you've been doing. All right. How's that for an unsatisfactory answer?
No, that was helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So that gives you some things to explore. And again, I'll try to find some extra things out about it, but we'll see. All right. We are actually to the point where we need our little mid-morning break. So it's almost a quarter till. Let's come back at 11 and we'll get started back and wrap up our survey content. But that gives you some stuff to track down. And David, I'll do the same thing on yours. I'll try to find some more out about that from Carlson directly. I'm sure you've probably already been in touch with them and gone through it as well. I would be interested in seeing, in fact, when we come back, David, do you know how to share your screen? In fact, if you, I'm going to stop my share. I'll go ahead and pause our recording here. And as we left off with yesterday, you saw that field to finish on the fly type exercise where we basically went from, let's get to the right. Where we basically, took that data set that you see here and got it into a good working model. Okay, so, but what I want to point out to you next is you have in your downloaded data set, you've got, in fact, let me get rid of all these files here so they're not confusing for you. This is basically what you downloaded from your links. You had the data sets folder that the files we're working in, the training guide, and there's also this folder called the F2F Quick Start Guide. That's the field to finish Quick Start Guide. And there are a couple of guides in here, the Easy Start and the Advanced Guide. And all of these different support files here, you've got two field code libraries, you've got coordinate files, you've got a configuration file that loads a bunch of settings that put everything into place so you can run through these exercises. Now, these are separate documents that that are available for you. We're not going to go through these. I just want to point out where they are here, okay? And it's a nice little detailed step through this whole process on how to create these libraries and get things moving. And basically, it comes up with a little site that is all just from reading the file and using the field to finish guide. It can draw all this for you and start that modeling process. Okay. And so, and again, like I said, there are two things. Here's one like rotating, the curb symbols so that they line up against the curb in the right direction. And so all kinds of different stuff, but there's even some things in here under this there's a couple of extra modes in field to finish where you can, and I'll show you where those are under the, let's see if it's, yeah, if you see in here under field to finish where we started working with the library, you've got over here on the right-hand bottom side, this tree setup and pipe setup. Those are two specific types of sets of data files that govern when you bring in a point that represents a tree or one that represents a pipe. Now, they don't have to be used, but you can set those up with some all kinds of additional details on how things process those particular types of points. But one of the things is when you are creating these cell types, these library definitions. Let me see if I can find. Under these trees and pipes, that's your setup. But when you're actually editing the code itself, down here, and no, it's not that one. Let's see where he's showing you how to edit an actual code list. It would be on this screen. I'll show it to you when we get to it. But anyway, there's a setting that by default, it says that it is a what type of point, whether it's a topo point, a tree point, or a pipe point. So anyway, this guide really goes into some nice effect on how those things work. But with this particular folder, there's also these files that you see here. They're included in that folder. And so you can use that to run through these exercises, a nice little detailed treatment of field to finish. And this is just the easy start guide. And in the other guide that you have is this advanced guide. And that is essentially the same thing, but just goes into even further detail. So I'm going to, all of that stuff will be there for you as part of your exploration that you can do outside of class. Now, here's in this guide, this is where I was talking about. When you define a code as to whatever it's supposed to be, down here at the very bottom is this feature type. By default, it's set to topo, which means that's just a general, topo collected point. We're out there running surveys and, picking up it really, topo is really the wrong word for that. It should say planimetry, but, topo implies that it's definitely topographic and therefore has elevation. So, but it's just the term that we surveyors use. We say we're going to go out and we're going to make a topo, meaning that we're going to collect, all the features, all the planimetric features on the site. So you'll 9 times out of 10 leave everything, just set the topo. But these two guides explain that the pipe setup and the tree setup, and there are certain files that you have to create that go by specific hard-coded names that once it sees those files, it can read the information out of it and set up all of the additional handling that those particular points require outside of what field to finish does inherently. Okay. So with those guides and with the files that are in that folder, all of these things here, these are going to be, there's that DWT, which is a drawing template that you're going to need to use to start your drawing with. There is this CFG file, which is a set of settings that you would load, and I think you load that from that original location under settings, Carlson configure. So what I would do if you want to run through these, when you get to the point where you're ready to do that, run that Carlson configure and save that file and put it where you can get back to it so you can go back to your current settings layer. And then you're going to load this file, so it's going to overwrite your settings, let you do all this stuff with everything pointing to the right places. And then when you're done with the exercise, go back and reload the file that you saved, and that will reset your settings for you. Okay. And I'll show you that as we get into a file on where to do that. But again, I'm going to leave this F2F quick start guide with those two documents and the data files is an excellent little example, a real extended example of how that's going to work. So we're going to go through a more abbreviated case of that and how to um, do that particular function. So if you go to the, in the manual, we're on page 67, and we have this exercise of field to finish processing. And we'll just start a new drawing, whatever you want to call it, and we're going to set a new coordinate file to use with that drawing. Again, you can just, by the startup wizard, you can keep the name the same as the drawing file, that'd be fine. And then we're going to import some points and then see how we can use field to finish to actually create the drawing instead of spending half a day playing connect the dots in what we're doing. Those of you that are using it now, I'm sure you're aware of that power and what it can do for us. So we're going to go to that, and then we're going to choose a particular field code library that's already partially built. All right. So let's come back to our drawing. We'll create a new one. And so I'm choose a new file. I'm going to, I'll go ahead and set my drawing name here because it won't let me off that screen until I do. And right now it's pointed to Carlson projects, but I'm going to redirect it into my class folder. Once I hit that set button, and it's going to hold off on here. Over our lunch break, I'll restart everything on my end so that um, I can reset this lag situation. This is something that happens with Zoom on my particular computer. If I'm not running Zoom, I don't experience this kind of lag on these file opens. There we go. So I'm going to now point to my survey class, my data sets, and I'm going to call this file F2F example. And I'm going to set my horizontal scale to say 1 inch equals, let's make it a 20 footer. And it's arbitrary coordinates. I'm just going to say no projection. I'll say next. And so now the wizard's going to continue. So it's now knows I'm going to be going into data sets with this file called f2f example.crd. Right now it's empty, but I'm going to import points from a text or ASCII file. And I'm going to say next, and it's going to bring this up. Now, this is the exact same command as if I pulled down the points menu and chose import text or ASCII file. In fact, if you get past this and don't get this, just go back to the points menu and choose import text or ASCII file. So now on this screen, the files to import, select files, and the file I want to get is this one called plat.txt, and I see my little preview over here. I've got 54 points in it with XYZ or northern easting elevation and description. So I'm going to open that, and now I've got those points. I need to tell it the format, the order that these in. Here's my preview. I've got, looks like point number, comma, and then it's northing, comma, easting, comma, elevation, comma, description. That is one of the pre-built here called P, comma, YXZ, Y being north, X being east. And so that's going to be the format that I use. And you can also, you could just type it in, and you type it in with these identifiers, P, D, N, Y, X, Z, or S to skip. You can add a particular value to the point numbers, like now mine are 1 through 54. If I put a 100 in there, I would get points number 101 through 154. You follow how that works. You can also restrict it based on description matches. We're going to take them all. That's why the asterisk is there. A range of points. You could say only so many. We're going to, again, take them all. And right now, draw points is set to off. But you could do a draw locate points, just like we typically do. Or you could say draw locate point with your current settings. Or you could choose field to finish directly from this wizard. We're just going to leave it off for now. So we'll go through those manual steps, and then you could make it a point group. You could say, maybe when you import points from a that you've collected each day at the data collector, maybe you'll give it, the day's date to designate when that point came in. So they belong to a group of that particular date, or maybe a party chief's name, that kind of stuff. And we're going to save to a coordinate file, either the current file, which is what I want, or I can ask for another one, or choose a name based on a different input file. But that's what we're going to do. So it's going to go in this F2F example CRD, which is currently empty. It will now bring these points in. So I'll say OK. And you'll see that it read in 54 points to that file. Say OK to that. And now the wizard will continue with asking you whether you want to draw those points or not. And again, you could say none. You could go straight to field to finish, or you could say, let's go to draw locate points and choose next. And it's going to bring up your dialogue that you've seen, all this while. And so I'm going to come down here and just point this layer name to a layer I'm going to call points, and I'll choose draw all. So they're going to draw. And if you don't see them immediately, just do a zoom extents. And for those of you who may not know it, the wheel on your mouse can also do a zoom extents. Just double click the wheel, just like your left mouse button, and it'll do a zoom extents. All right, so what do we have in this particular file? If we zoom in up here, and we can see I've got, here's a point called EP, one called MH. Let's see. Okay, Nathan. Yes, sorry about that. You don't have your points visible. Let me see. And you did a draw locate, correct? You did. All right. So look down at the bottom of the screen, right down here. The little button of a scale, and that's the current annotation scaling. Does it match the drawing scale that you set for the drawing? Okay. Just look down here and see what does yours say? I mean, if it says something like 1-to-1, or does it say one? I mean, just read me what that says right there in that box. If you don't see that, click on that little icon over in the corner and make sure that you've got the, let's see, dynamic input, scaling. I want to see this annotation scale to be checked on. So yours says 1 inch equals 20 feet, 0 inches. Okay. So, and then go back to your settings menu and look at your drawing setup. Make sure that that also says, that that's the same scale. And in this case, yours would be 20, same as mine. You see that one okay? And if so, then you've got, then those are matched. So that part's okay. Now, what I want you to do is type the command SEL for select. And when that comes up, it asks you to select objects. Type the word ALL for all, hit enter, and then hit enter one more time. And then look over in your properties. And if you don't see those up, just right click and choose properties. And tell me if there's a number in there or if it says no objects selected or none selected, something like that. Does it give you a number of objects? It should be 162, which is 54 times 3 because each point is a group of 3 objects. $3,712. Wow, you got way more than you need. All right. At this point, I want you to hit the delete key so that you delete everything, and we'll bring your points in again. And then just to verify, do that select SEL, type all, and make sure it says nothing's there. In fact, I'll do it here as well. So I'm going to type SEL, type all, everything's selected, and I'm going to hit the delete key and get rid of all those objects. Then I'm going to type SEL, hit enter, type ALL, hit enter. And it says 0 objects selected or 0 found. It also says no selection. So make sure you get that right now. If you run the select command again, type all again, make sure that you've got everything cleared out. Everything good with that? It's not working. You want to share your screen for a minute? You know how to do that under Zoom. Go to the share button. All right, so here's your screen. Okay, now you're in a file called drawing 5, and you see all of these different. So you started with one of your templates, and that's okay. All right, but what we'll do, in fact, this one says drawing 5. Let's close this. So what I want to do, let me request remote control. You have to give me that. Okay, so now let's do this. I'm going to close off at drawing 5. Oops, let me clear that now. Close drawing 5. I'm going to save it. Close drawing 4, not save that. Close this deed processing, not save that. And now I'm going to close this one and not save that. All right, so I'm going to now just go all the way back and choose new. And I'll say next. And I'm going, now this is where yours are pointing to a startup file that they want you to use at your company, and that's fine. Okay, but I'm going to just skip down here and find this I'll just use this Carlson DWT. And so it's going to now start me a new file. And I'm going to now point to that location. So you're in downloads Carlson training data sets. That's fine. I'm going to call this F2F example. So now that's going to be what you'll see this tab up here. We'll change to that once we get through it. English is 30 feet. Let's just to match, I'm going to make it 20. And I'm going to set no particular coordinate projection. And I'll say next. Yeah, I will accept this name for my coordinate file, but I'm going to import from text and ASCII file. I'll say next. I'll select a file to import, which is that plat.txt. You can see those 54 points are over here. I'll say open. It is in PYXZD format. That's correct. No additions, no skips. Everything's good to go. Add to my current file. Say OK. It read in 54 points. Now I've got 54 points in my coordinate file. They're no longer in my drawing. I have nothing in my drawing right now. The reason you had all those other things in your drawing was because the template that you started with was pre-built with those things drawn in it. And that's okay. That's what we typically do when we're working on a company template. But just to start with a fresh slate, we chose this one. We're going to now choose to draw locate our points, say next. And let's just change this to be these little plus symbols. I'll make sure that we've got all of these things on, everything good to go. Topo is a good enough layer. I said points for mine, that'll work. Say draw all, now there's your points, okay? So you got that back. I'm going to stop my remote control and then I'll stop your share and we'll go back to my share here now. Okay. All right, so now everybody should have what we have. I need to go back and redraw, locate my points. Do a zoom extents. Now, there we go. So when you zoom in, and here I'm going to change that style again, just to something a little more palatable to read on the screen. So I've got some points. And you can see they're using this attribute ID layout that I had set in my point defaults. That's that ID2. And that looks like this as a preview. Doesn't matter. Yours could be centered right and centered under. It doesn't matter. So I've got some points that I'm going to do some guessing that EP is like an edge of pavement, a manhole, an FL, which stands for fence line, and it's also a concrete monument with a 4-inch diameter. I've got some trees. There's an 18 diameter oak. I've got 24 diameter oak. I've got an 8-inch pine. Over here's another EP point, but it has a PT code after it, which means it's going to end the curve. I've got some iron pin, etc., etc. Okay, so down in here, I see a bunch of points that say PV. I start at 27, there's 28, 29, or 28 starts a curve, 29, 30, then 31 starts another curve and draws this little figure. PV actually stands for pavement, and that's a little paved driveway. I've got some building corner points up here. I've got some shed points here, a UP for a power pole. So let's take a look at what we can do with this field to finish system to help us draw this map. Okay, so let's go to the survey menu and choose draw field to finish. And we will set our range to all. We're going to have all 4 check boxes on yes, Nathan. Let's see, where's my chat? There it is. Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay. So when you choose draw field to finish, you say immediately you get that, or did you hit okay? So when you get draw field to finish, you should see this. Don't hit okay yet. Maybe escape everything and go back to draw field to finish. Do you get this dialog box? Okay, so you get this dialog now. Right now, if you were to say, okay, it's trying to draw field to finish, but your code table doesn't have anything in it, or maybe you don't even have a code table yet. So right now, if I look at this line down here where it says, oh, you don't have the dialog box. All right, go back and share your screen once again. Let me take a quick look. Just close that off and press exit. And let's run it again. Let me see what happens. Survey draw field to finish. All right, so it's telling you that it's empty. So mine's not empty, so I didn't get this. So let's say select another table. And we're going to go to existing tab, and you want to look in your folder. If you, there's a shorter way to get to that if you rather, but that's fine. Go ahead and grab it from there. You're going to find f2fexample.fld. That's a field code list. All right, and then choose that. You got it, and say open. All right, so now that gets you to that location. All right. So so what we had, or what we um where we are with that is if we go to survey draw field to finish, and if you had an empty table, you would have gotten that warning that you saw, and you would just choose a table, even if it's a new one. Right now, I have a code table, and if I look at that, it's this man topo. And if I edit the codes, you see those 17, 18, and ground shots that we did yesterday, top bank, bottom of bank, just those 3 codes. So I'm going to exit, but I'm going to make a new, I'm going to point to a different field code library. So I'm going to look in my folder under this data sets, and I'm going to choose F2F example. So now I have some codes, and if I edit those codes, I've got all kinds of codes. I've got control, ground features, fences, walls, and this is, these are categories that you create as you need them. And you put the different codes into these categories if you'd like. It just helps with reporting. It's not required at all. But you see, I've got a bunch of codes. And remember, I had one. Let's look at, say, utilities. There's a power pole. But remember that one utility, that one code I had called MH. That was the manhole code. I don't see it here under utilities. Let's look under all. If I sort by code by clicking the title of the top, and you click it twice, if you need to reverse it, every time you click it, it reverses the order. And I'm going to scroll down here, and I'm going to find that I don't even have an MH in here. Okay, so this code table, where it might have some things in it, doesn't have the things in it that I need for my coordinate file. So that's what we're starting with, and we're going to use that to create these structures, or these particular codes. Even though I have things like a concrete pad, this concrete pad, I may not even have that in my coordinate file, and that's okay. It's just there in case I ever do. Right here's one of these EP points, okay, that you saw we did have an EP code. And I could look at this. I hit the edit button and I see over here the category. You see it's in this category called road features because I had created those categories as part of that library. So that's how you can move things in and out to different categories. And so now if I restrict this to just road features, I've got EP for the edge of pavement, and I've got mark for a pavement marking. All right, let's go back to all. Now, remember we did not have an MH code. That was our manhole code. So there's a couple of things you can do that can help you figure out whether you need to make a code for something or not. And that's down here in our buttons at the bottom. And we're going to, let's go over here to the bottom right. There's a button that says report codes and points. It used to live over on the left-hand side. They've moved it to the right now. So if I report my codes and points, I get this up and I can either report my code definitions, I can report data points, those are the CRD files, or I can use for anything that's a particular tree code. Well, let's look at my data points. This is from my coordinate file. And some options, I can sort by code. And if I do that and say, okay, I get a report that says 54 points have 0 distinct codes. No, that doesn't make sense. Let's see if, oh, I see right here. I have this field code match on. So I have a filter in place. So I'm going to say asterisk. Then I'll say, okay, all right. So here I've got, here's some codes that are not defined, but I also have BLD, CM, EP. Okay, then I've got IP, LP, MH, PL, and PV is not defined. Shed is defined. UP is not defined, and X is defined as spot elevations. Okay. So I can also, under report code, say only report the things that are undefined. I can get this out and I can, print that, or I'll even put it over here on the side on the screen. And when I exit that, I can see that well, let me exit all the way out here just a minute. Actually, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't want that to happen quite yet, but it's giving me a list of those undefined codes that I have. Okay. So let me undo that back to where we were. All right, so back to here. Survey, draw field to finish. There's my code table. I'm going to choose, oops, not set. I'm going to choose edit codes. You can also get to the report, by the way, from here, report codes and points. That's that same little deal. And if you report codes, you can also do, let's see, category match. I'll do all categories and say, okay. So that's all of my, and here's the categories. There's set control. There's ground features. There's structures. You can see how that works for us. We can also report the codes, all categories, only report the codes that are in my coordinate file. So of the however many codes I've got, these are the ones that my coordinate file also has. Okay, so just some more reporting, some information for you. So I'm going to go back and make sure I edit codes, and now I'm going to use this tool now to bring in the points from my coordinate file that I have not yet made codes for. So I'm going to sit on this unassigned category over here. I don't know that that makes a difference, but I want to say code table by point descriptions. And I'm going to choose that. And it wants to know a default symbol. Well, let's just say I'm going to use that one. Probably the same thing. Yep. Remove any appended digits. That's from the code. Now, explain what those digits do in a minute. That's where we can start and stop a similar feature. Let's say we're getting EP, edge of pavement, all along, let's say the north edge of the road. And if I do an EP begin, and I start picking up EP points, but if I go on the other side of the road, I may not be finished with the EP on the north side of the road, but on the south side, I want to start picking up EP points. So I'm going to start, I'll do an EP1 or an EP2 or EP3. It's just a means of differentiating that and telling the system that even though EP1 is still open and in use, I haven't ended it yet. I'm going to start another feature of the same code, but I need to put that number on it. And I would put that number in the description out in the field while I'm surveying. So instead of EP1 or EP begin, EP, MH, DW, whatever, I'm getting another EP point. But if I cross on the other side of the street and I want to start that one, I would do an EP2 or an EP, you can say EP1 if the first one doesn't have a digit, but EP, let's call it EP2, begin. And then I might get a few of those points, EP2, another like a tree, a power pole, corner of a building, and then back another one is EP2. So it's still running. But then I go back on the north side of the road and I'm going to get the next point down the line on the edge of the road. And so that's not an EP2, but that's back to using EP. So the effect of those numbers is going to be that it's only going to connect up the EP, and it's going to connect up also EP2, EP2. And, it keeps those separated as separate features and does not draw the connecting line, say from the last EP point over to the other side. So you don't get those little crossing lines to join those together. All right. So now, if you happen to shoot all the points on the north side of the road from begin, EP, and you get to the EP end, and then you cross the street and you start getting that edge of the pavement, you don't have to put a number on there. You don't have to put that suffix. You can just use EP over again because you're starting a new one. You've already finished the other one. Okay, so these appended digits are just a way of getting those things doubled up. Now, and if you don't have this remove appended digits, it's going to read that digit as part of the code name. And so you would see a code called EP, another code called EP1, maybe a code called EP2 and EP3. But if I do remove the digits, it's going to only read the EP part and disregard those suffixed digit numbers. So that's what I want to do. Now, do I want to append the current table or make a new one? If I say new, it would bring in just the points in my file, but I'm going to append this particular library. And that's typically what we do because you're going to have a library that's going to basically have point codes for every possible description of a point that your guys are going to bring in, regardless of the project they're on or the type of survey. So if it's not used, no big deal. The code's sitting there waiting for when you need it. So I'm going to append my current one. And now, of course, it doesn't go into the unassigned. Determine my column options. I want to show my category as well. There we go. So now I've got these utilities, trees, and the ones that I just brought in. Let's see, MH, for instance. Sort by code. Now scroll down here, I'll see MH, and it went into a category called trees for whatever reason. I'll make it utilities. All right, so those were in fact trees. That's good. $18 diameter. See, an LP is not, that's a light pole, so that's going to go under utilities. There's a tree, utility pole. Looks to me like it defaulted to reading the last category, which is what it brought these in under. So you would probably want to set that up. I'm going to put this under control, even though a PL is not it's a point on the line. So tree, there's an iron pin. I'll call that, again, it's not control. I might have a new category called monumentation or corners or something. So PV is also, that's going to be road features. That's my pavement. So I think that's good. Oak, pine, 8-inch pine, 18-inch diameter, 24-inch diameter, and a tree, and a 12-inch pine. They're all trees. Okay, so I think that's good for my categories. Now, if you were to report those codes and points again and say, look at your data points, sort by codes, but only report those that are undefined, you say, okay, so now it said, nope, all 54 have definitions. So 54 points have 0 undefined codes. So I've covered all my code possibilities. Now, to get an idea of how this works, based on, I had some of these already existing. I have some that don't have anything in them yet. So once they're there, I'm going to hit the save button at the bottom left to save that code table change. And then I'm going to hit exit to come back to this dialog. And I'm just going to hit OK and let it draw. And you should see something like this. Okay. And so if I now zoom in up here, I'm going to just select this guy. I see it's on it has a specific color of magenta, and it's on a layer called EOP. Okay. In fact, I'm going to change, I'm going to just select everything, and for its color, I'm going to assign everything to be by layer. So now when I look at that, it is, even though it said magenta, it's now technically also by layer, which happened to be defined as magenta. So now what do I have? Well, I can see what looks like a fence line. I look at this code, I got 0.1, 4-inch DIAM in parentheses. Come over here, I've got IP for an iron pin, but I've got a 0.8. And I've also got a 0.8. So I've got 2.8s. It's because it had a double code on it. If I double click that point, I can see I had an IPFL, and the point that it brought in with the IP code only has that particular drawing description. If I look at the other point, which was not the IP part, which is that big one, but I'm going to look at this little one. If I double click that, it had also IPFL, but there's no description for that. So I've got two different points, both of them point number 8. It drew it into the drawing twice because in one case it used an IP code. So it brought the description in, but the FL code, which FL stands for fence line. So it created this drawn fence line, which is really just a polyline and a couple of text items with the letter X in them. It's sort of a homemade fence. We're going to fix all of these kind of things. We come up here, I see I've got a 51. I don't see a description, but if I double click the point, I see that was my EP, Magic Pavement. So it's not drawing the descriptions, it's only drawing point number and elevation. But if I look at these and I start down here at 45 to 46, 47, 48. So 46, if I look at that code, I see over here, the end of it has a PC code, which says start a curve. And it goes around here. Now this one either has a PT code, which it does, which means treat everything between the PC and the PT as a curve. So I put that curve in and then went back to using a straight line. Likewise, I've got things here as part of, that's called a hub. That's my hub and tack. Number 48, there's number 2, there's 21. So that might have been my, that's my little traverse, and I traverse through maybe set point 2, then set point 21, then set point 48 as my hub and tacks. And I can use those for my project control. I've got an LP, it's a light pole. I've got a building that's possible building corners. I've got 3 corners of a shed. I've got a utility pole, and I've got some points over here. If I double click that, I see that's a point with a description called X. It happens to also have a symbol that looks like an X, but that's not the actual description of it. But if I look at that and I look at this label that's 502, it's actually a piece of text. It's not the point itself. If I double click that label, I see that it's, I can type in it and do everything. It's just a piece of text. That's a result of that code table processing that says, don't draw the point like normal with these default attributes, but turn this into text as a label. So that's what field to finish did for us there. So let's see what else we've got. Down here in this cluster of points, I've got all these PV points. Well, they look to me like, and if I did the field work, I would know that this would set up the edges of this pavement, the PV edges. So I would start, say, at up here at the top of this point number 27, go to 28 to 29 to 30, 31, 32, 33. Although if I look at point number 29, or let's look at 28 instead, it has an actual PC, so that would be where it would start a curve. Now, you don't see the PC in the drawing description because it was the code is just putting down the first one as a description. The second one is one of those special codes that says start a curve. So that would be the start of it, and it takes the next 3 points to define a curve. This one should have, just by, in my way of wanting to be complete, I would set that up to be a PT to end the curve. But if you don't explicitly say end or PT for that, it knows once it has enough points to make a curve in these 3 points, then it's going to go straight again until it hits another arc segment, which would be like right here. This one starts another curve and takes 3 points, 31, 32, 33. 34 also starts an arc and goes 34, 35, 36. Again, 36 does not have a PT, but it probably should, just by, for clarity. And it goes 36, 37, 38, 9, 40, 41, 42. So if I had drawn that and I could do it at this point, I could just say draw a 3D polyline starting from 27 and go to 43. So let's do that, for instance. Let's draw 2D polyline. And down here where it says layer, I'm going to hit the select button and see if I've got like a road edge layer, or there's an EOP layer. Let's put it on that layer. Say okay. And we'll set the color, make sure it is by layer, which it is. And let's just, now this is a 2D, so I'm going to say okay. And now I'm going to simply do it like all right, I've identified that from 27 around to 44. And then I can type C to close if I wanted to as a closed figure. So what happened? All right, there's my driveway. There's my edges, but I don't see a curve here, right? Because all I did was tell it point numbers to draw through. And it created this, and you went across this gap, it came around that way. But what we're going to do now is to figure out what those points actually should make this figure look like. And we're going to do that with our code table. So I'm going to erase that one. I'm going to go back to field to finish. So draw field to finish. And this time up here in my range of points, I'm going to say 28 through 44, just so I can just work on this one feature just for now. And I'm going to edit the codes. I need to tell that code PV instead of just drawing a point. I'm going to find, look in the road feature, there's PV. So that's actually going to be, there's my code. It's in the road features. For description, I'm going to close out and be blank. For my full name, I may say pavement dash DW for driveway. Okay, just so I know what it is. But I'm not going to put that in the drawing or anything else. So the main layer, I may put that on that layer EOP, or I'm going to actually put it on a layer called V-road dash GRVL for gravel dash edge. Okay. That would be a typical national CAD standard layer designation. So we'll use that as our layer name. And right now under symbol, there's my default symbol. I'm going to select that and choose no symbol. Don't draw the little plus mark, just do nothing. Line type, I'll keep it as by layer. You could give it a specific line type if you wanted. But now what do I want to draw? Well, I want to draw not only this 2D polyline, but also a 3D polyline and a 2D polyline. I'll show you the difference here. So now it's going to draw the 2D on this layer I named up here, but the dual 3D layer, I'm going to call that one 3D-BKLNS for 3D break lines. So I'm going to use that edge as a break line in the model. Everything else I'll keep the same. I'll maybe put this back to my preference so that layout 2 doesn't matter. No point groupings, although I could set a group. Everything should work. I'm going to set my attributes down a little smaller. So 3D and 2D, locate the points on the real Z axis. And it's a topo feature. You see the topo tree pipe utility. And I'm going to say, okay, boom. I'll save that. I'll exit and then choose okay. So you see what it did is it drew this little feature. Now, what happened to this code? EV. Why was number 27 not included? If I go back to draw, see it said 28 to 44, it should have said 27. I'll just say okay, and you'll see now it picked up point number 27. The descriptions are not showing because I told it not to use a description, but if I double click that point attribute, I bring up the point editor and I see it does have a description in the CRD file, just not in the drawing description. Okay. But what have I drawn here? I've actually drawn two different lines, if you remember, I had a 2D and a 3D. So if I look at this, I'm going to just hold the shift key and press and hold the wheel and the mouse, and I'm going to spin it up. So you see right now, down here's my 2D, and this is my 3D. And I want to point out why I did that. Because if I In fact, let me, my V road gravel, I'm gonna make that a color yellow. And my 3D brake lines, I'm gonna make magenta. Well, let's make it a different, like a hot pink looking thing. All right, so the reason I did that was this. If I need to ever do something like set a radial dimension or something, see that's a 20-foot diameter circle or radius rather. And same thing with over here, I've got a 10-foot radius circle. So I can identify that and use that to label things in my mapping. Let me go back in my plan view now. I'm gonna hit this top button. And now you can see if I were to select this, you see where that's supposedly that 10-foot radius arc and this 25-foot radius arc? When I select the 3D polyline across it, it's not an arc. If I zoom in real tight, you can see it's made up of these individual little segmented pieces. And that's because it has changing elevation. And that's the only way it can create that it can mimic that as a 3D element. Now I'm going to show you something. I'm going to erase, although I don't need to erase it, but I'll get rid of it to show you something here. When it converts that, when it draws the 2D line work and then it converts it into a 3D feature, in which case we chose to draw both. But to do that, I told you those arcs have to be converted to the series of chords. That is governed right here under settings, Carlson configure, general settings. Over here on this right-hand side, to remove arcs, what method do you want to use? A maximum offset, which is basically the maximum amount that you will allow the resulting line segment that's supposed to approximate part of the arc. That's the maximum amount you will allow that to be off of the true arc. It's sort of that middle ordinate type thing. So I'm going to change that number up to be a 1. I'm going to say okay. I'm going to say exit. I'm going to go back to field to finish and recreate that so you can see it 27 to 44. I'll hit okay. And so now when I zoom in, look at that. There's my 3D, but it's only got 2 segments because I allowed it to have a foot difference across here. Okay. Now, what are the implications of that is you might say, well, I want it to be really, really tight to look like a circle, a true circle. I don't want it too segmented. So you might be tempted to make that number really small, like 0.00001. Well, it would do it. But if you had it set like that, when it creates that 3D line, it has all of those individual little vertices in it. And every one of these locations, when you go to make the terrain model, will serve as the corner of a triangle. So in this case over here, I'm only going to get 2 triangles to define this area. Obviously, it's a little too crude. It also doesn't go out and match it quite enough. So if I change that setting under general settings, instead of 1, if I say 0.00001, because that would be the engineer in me, I'm just going to run field to finish again. And now when I select it, wow, look at there, I got quite a bit more, and it's a lot closer. It's within that distance off of that arc that it corresponds to. Okay. So use that with some awareness of how those these that's a center mark for those dimensions. Let me just get rid of those. But use that as some awareness of, if you get like thousands of little points around here because that number's too small, um, remember that that's how many triangles you're going to get in these corners, and that may be okay. It may be more than you need. So try to find a happy balance. And here's what I have found in my experience is if this number is like within, say, 200ths of being on the curve, I'm happy with that. I can't build it much better than that. Or maybe you would even call it, 100th. So that's close enough for that. Now, the other option is instead of offset, you could use chord length, in which case, let's say you had a chord length of, say, 2 feet, and you ran field to finish again. You can see it's better than that 0.1 was. Okay, so it would allow that maximum distance to be 2 feet. If I said, let's see, make it something tiny again, field to finish again. See if it did. Yeah, it didn't really put a lot more into it because it was able to land on the curve without it having to be too much smaller than that. But in any case, here's my particular preference. I usually choose to use the maximum offset, and let me think, when I put on that 0.5. I usually set my offset, my maximum offset to be something like 100th, maybe 200. Okay. So just in talking about this driveway exit, I now have these two features. I've got the one underneath, which retains circular arcs. I've got the 3D brake line above it, which happens to go through all these elevations to define the edge of that driveway to help me do the model. I can also, if I select any one of those features, let's say I select that yellow polyline underneath it, and I come up to my properties and I say, yes, close. So it's going to now close it as a closed figure. I could do the same thing with the 3D polyline, close that as well. Okay. So now that's a closed polyline. We can do that, but a couple of little problems down here. You see, I'm showing my driveway going out here and it gets the end of the point here and comes down here. So that's the edge of this gravel, but this is supposed to be the edge of the pavement of the street. Well, it doesn't do that. So I really should have surveyed this 0.34 and this 0.33. They should have had EP codes as well as PV codes so that the road edge goes up and catches that corner and comes up to the next corner and then goes on. Or you could tell it, not to draw these, not, stop this feature over here before you pick this up and cross it. Then all you would have to do, you still need to trim this edge back to the edge of the road. All right, so we'll take a look at that after lunch. We'll pick this up, finish up our little example and how you can use this code table to sort of manipulate your way around. And if you look at the exercise in the book, once you have the codes set to the way you want them to react, you can go from that raw coordinate file to this just at the press of a button, because you can tell it to fill in areas with hatch patterns. You can build the roadway, and I got the edge of the road, and I basically used it to offset the crown, offset the other edge. I told it to, build me a surface. There's the shed that I had completed, the building that I also had completed. You see the different tree symbols. It connected the manholes together with the sewer line. All right, so a little nicer looking fence line, that sort of thing. Spot elevations separate over there on the side, utility pole with an overhead electric or whatever that's called, whatever line I used, from a pole to a pole to a pole. And there's another instance of where we did a joint point number where we tied that back to the shed for a power drop at the shed. So we'll work toward that a bit when we come back, but I don't want to take all afternoon to do field to finish because we need to look at the deed processing stuff as well, the actual um, survey tools beyond that. But this is so vital for the type of surveying that we typically do to build these existing maps that, and it saves so much time that we don't have to sit down and play, connect the dots. Okay, so I'm going to save my file and we'll come back. We'll go ahead and come back at a quarter after the hour. But for now, let me ask if there's any questions on things at this point. I think you guys got the concept pretty clearly. No, Nolan, I know you probably do that, every day. David, maybe you do as well. I'm not sure. Um, but this is one of the biggest productivity gainers in all of Carlson software is the ability to have it automatically create these drawings. And it's not that hard to do. You just have to be consistent with what you name the points, and you have to make sure you build that code library and keep that going. Okay. So if this code out here on the street is using a code EP, I can't decide to switch and call it EOP one day and EP in the next day, or call it, EDG PVT for edge of pavement. I have to be consistent to use those codes. All right. So with no questions, I will pause the recording. And let's take a look at how we, oh, sorry. I'd shut down my Windows system to restart it and get it cleared. So as this comes back up, so what we're going to do is see about how we can use this and how we can go about making our edits to our field code library, some of the settings that would be important to um, set for these codes. And we won't, we're not going to spend the rest of the afternoon on it, although we certainly could. It's both a fascinating and very powerful part of the survey product, but I want you to get a little bit of practice in on some of the code building and that sort of thing as we're going. And let's get things loaded back up. Okay, so if you take a look at one of these points, for instance, the point group, the entire thing, there is no symbol, but there is a point node right in here, as well as these 2 out of the 3 attributes are showing, although there is a third attribute in the description. It would normally go right in here to display that as an attribute there. But Field to Finish said the description was blank, so it no longer put that description there. We now have also point numbers and elevations. Now, if you were doing that for a finished map, obviously you would not, show those points. So there's a couple of things that your code table can do as well. You can have it either not display these or put the points on a separate layer from the line work, freeze that layer, or you can freeze the layer that these individual attributes live on as well. And so now what this is on this layer, V-Road Gravel Edge. And if you look at our list of layers, you can see down there is that layer. But the point block that it's using when it draws these points is using these layers. That's where you get the green, the blue, the green for the description, the blue for the elevation, and the point number is white. The point mark or the symbol would be red, or it would be the color of the layer that everything's going on if we set it up accordingly. Now, you can also do with the ability, let's say if I were to freeze this layer, so I'll go to view, freeze by pick. And if I just pick, say, that point number, so it now turns that off, but notice it turns it off for all the different points because that was that one layer right here, and you see it's now frozen. So I'll thaw it back. So that puts that there, but it takes care of everything. Now, if you want to keep your points separate, let's say you want to freeze the descriptions of some points, but leave them available for others, or you want the point numbers frozen for some, but not for the others, then in your code definition, which we'll get to by going to survey, draw field to finish, and we'll edit the codes. And let's look at that road features and that PV code again. You can tell it to make a distinct point layer. And you could put a PNT, or let's just say V gravel edge. Well, it doesn't make any sense. It's already got that same name. Maybe instead of the points itself, let's put this, yeah, there it is. V road gravel edge. This one, when I turned that on, it's recommended, it looks like V road gravel edge and then PNTS. And so when you do that and save, exit, it redraws those. But if I then go back later and I freeze this layer, even the whole layer, now that was the attribute layer, which took off for everybody. So if I thaw that back on, but if I freeze the entire layer that the point lives on, now I don't have a symbol showing, but if I see that point, I see that it's on this layer called V road gravel edge points. So I can independently freeze that layer, and because I don't have anything to point to that's showing, like where the symbol is, I can come down here and just select the layer itself and freeze it. And that gets rid of those points from my final display. Okay, so that's one way that I like to handle those, either through the establishment by the code table that tells it to put the points on its separate distinct layer, or if I'm going to use part of the points, like say these descriptions and such, to be part of my drawing, then I would, make sure that I leave those point layers thawed. Or I could also go through and say, if I don't need any elevations, if I freeze that, which is that attribute layer, all the elevations go off. Notice these did not go away because that's not one of the attributes. The code for that X point says to create that as a piece of text. Okay. So I'm going to go back now to, in fact, I don't think I need those elevations showing. I'll just leave that attribute turned off, but I'll leave these others on. And we're also going to look at this X code for a minute next. So I'll go back to field to finish, edit my codes. This will be a ground feature. There's my X, and I see it's spot elevations. No description, and its main layer is going to go on spot. That's fine. It's going to draw the points only, not any line work. I don't need to connect those points together. But now this attribute format right now, if I said an attribute block, it would draw just like you saw for the other points. But if I said a text attribute instead, and then go to my GIS note point attribute labels, this is where I've chosen from these attributes that are available, as well as the coordinate values. I'm going to choose the elevation to set, and I'm going to give it a rotation instead of 0. I'm going to rotate that up at 45 degrees. And where am I going to position it? It's going to be the first. It's going to be on this layer here called PNT text, using my standard text style. Maybe I'll use that as a different style. It's got a height here. I'll leave it on as 1/10 of an inch. Well, maybe make it 0.08, make it not quite so big. 45 degrees. And then where do I want to position it? When you say 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, that is the order in which these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 get placed. So I'm going to put it there like that. And then I can do, if I'm using nodes or GIS attributes, I control all of that here as well, and then add the ones I want to use. And then I've got these offset. Notice this says scalars, so that's going to be plotted inches. So I'm going to be 1/10 of an inch above and 1/10 of an inch below. I don't see, actually not 1/10 of an inch, but 1 inch above, below, left, and right. So I'm going to say above and below is going to be 0, but let's go to the right, 1/10 of an inch. You can make it M text if you wanted, especially if you had multiple attributes, but we'll leave it not, just regular text. Northern easting decimals. And right here where it says elevation label, decimal on the point. So if you were to zoom in at that point, remember it looked like the point in the elevation label was right on the point location. But actually, when you do that with these other type of fonts, it's still slightly off. So I generally don't put that on there. So I'm going to have it, go off to a particular, just a little bit of offset, 1/10 of an inch to the right, rotate at 45 degrees. And I'll make sure on my symbol that I use, I'm going to use this little X for like a X spot on the ground, or maybe change that from an X, say, to a plus. Symbol size, I'll make that one, yeah, a little bit smaller than your typical 1/10 of an inch, so it's 600ths. And save that, exit, and this time I'll redraw everything. And you can see the difference now. So now there's your text, and it was 1/10 of an inch to the right, so I really need to make it go up a little bit as well. So back to field to finish, back to that code. It was a ground feature X. X, let's go also to my text attribute. I hit my setup button. So it's 1/10 of an inch to the right. I'm going to go above, let's say 2/10. Well, we'd see how that would set, save, exit, and go. And looks like it's not. Offset scalars, 2/10, 1/10, right. $45. Oh, this is going to be on the right side instead of the lower right. I'm going to put it on the right side, so just opposite the point. And I'm going to put it at this 45 degrees now. So now it's up where the insertion point of the text is at that location, rotated up 45 degrees. So I still need to make it a little better offset. In fact, let me see what that needs to be. If I just do a standard distance measure, I want to put it, say, from here. Let's say over here. That's 1.5 feet. Now it said scalar, so it should have been 1/10 of an inch. And we'll see if that fixes that. So an inch was a 1.5 feet, so 1/10 of that. Here's my attribute. Let me see if I set those to a full 1. I'm wondering if that scalars is reading ground distance instead. Yeah, it appears to be. So, so that distance from there to there, so if I do a standard to the insertion point of my text, 1.6. So let's say if it were centered, but we're starting on the right side, and then we should be able to have it apply. It's not looking like it's reading that up offset. Anyway, we'll just let that go wherever it goes, and now it's bringing it into play. All right. Now let's edit the codes. One last little pull off here. So instead of 2, let's just go 1. It doesn't seem to be reading that very correctly. There we go. That's what I was after, to make it look like a spot elevation label. in a file. So we produce that as a map that would have that place where it's going to go. All right, so now back onto our little driveway here, a couple things we can do. You can go back into field to finish and like we've been doing and edit these codes and text and set all this stuff up together. And remember, we had this little PC that governed the start of a curve. This one did not have a PC, but I'm going to actually, I can change that. I can add that to this actual point. So it now has a description of PT, PC, and then this would be PT as well. Because remember, if it doesn't see the PT before it sees another PC, it just takes the 3 points that define the curve and create it that way. So you could do that here. You could also do some, and here's another PT. Now, remember when we edited that drawn field, we told it to close that figure as if we were drawing it around. We said close. So we could put a code on this point that said CLO, and that's another one of those special codes that's in that list that we saw yesterday on the big screen that says close. All right, so you could do it that in that particular fashion, and then we said draw field to finish, and let's now just make that our 27 through 44 again. And now with nothing else, you see how it closed that because this point has that CLO on it. Now, something else that you can do here. So I want to make it stop here at 33 and not draw this connecting piece across and pick up again at 34 and draw around. I'm also going to change the edge of pavement color instead of magenta. I want it to show up differently, so it's not. Then I'll make that color by layer. All right, so now if I wanted to put in a code that says to stop here and then put another one to start again over here, what does that code need to be after that would be an end code. And then I would do a begin code again for number 34. So it doesn't draw that connector. It ends over here and then starts another edge over here, at which case the close would not work because it would no longer be a closed figure. It would just come over here and stop and come over here and go back around. And I can't tell it to draw from 34 to 44 and continue to 27 down to 33. They do go in order based on this particular code under the line type tab. It's my connection order. They're going, your choices are to go sequential or go to nearest found. Well, I don't want to go to nearest found because, you might have something that's not in that order. So I'll keep that as sequential. The closing tie, you can set it to be closed right here. We typically put that in the actual point itself, like we did for point 44. Okay, so, and let's see, let's set the line type here by layer. Go back to our general, the actual main layer, and it's going to be by layer. And so that should work there now. Save and exit to all, from which I would have it recreate that it's still creating that edge of road as magenta. Oh, I know why. Field to finish. That is a different code. That's my EP code. And instead of being this layer, I'm going to set that color. Instead of being specifically magenta, I'm going to make it by layer. Save and exit. Now it should come in as cyan color, which it does. Okay, now that's one way to make these changes. You can keep going back through field to finish, making your changes in there and seeing what results in the final analysis. But you could also do that with this other tool right below there called the field to finish inspector. And when you do that, you'll get this little dialog up and you can find all of these little, let's zoom to those areas. Like here's a 12P, here's 218s, there's the 24. So you can see you got these different ones. There's my EP points. And maybe I'm also going to do a control click. So I see both of those. Maybe come up here now. Click just on PV. So there's 27. So it goes from 27. And if I look at over here, if I click that, I see 0.27, 0.29, 30, and 31. So, and you see the different codes that are coming up, 27, 28. There's 30 as a PC, 31, 32. I'm going to unisolate. I'm going to show you where these are. So 33 has that PT. Why did it not show me 28? So you could change their descriptions here, edit the code here. You can apply those changes. So let's see what we're going to do. We're going to have our 27, 30 to 29, which I'm not sure why it's picking that up separately. Should be a 28 in there. Exit that and look at what 28 is. Did I change its description by some? It's a PV. All right, so back to my field to finish inspector. Come there, find my PV codes. Well, that should list that 28. It's not doing it for whatever reason. All right, so I'm going to go down here to 33 and 34. And I'm going to select that instance and then come down here and find point number 33. And you see it says PV PT. And I'm also going to put in another code, end. And then I'm going to 34. Just right here. And I'm going to also make that a BEG. So a begin code, it also starts the curve. So once I have that done, I can say apply and I'll choose this 34 to apply that change. And I made the choice from 33. Let's also give that as a apply that. D, apply. 34. Applied. Why does it go from 34 to 44? It's 44. Oh, I need to take that close out. Because you see what it was doing is getting to 44 and it said close, so it closed all the way back to the new thing that started. So I'm going to take that one out, apply that choice. And so now it breaks it here, redraws it up to here, but I also want to go to point 44. And I'm going to type in a JPN, which is joined to point number 27. So it's going to create that then as a closed figure. Okay, so now it finished off that additional line. Now, what happened when I did that? Because I broke here, restarted, and then up here I did a join to nearest. It's a separate feature from this one. So there's a couple things you could do with that once it's processed. You could say join nearest and say join only identical layers and identical elevations. We'll say okay, and I'll just create a selection set that includes all of that. And now I've got that back as a single. This one I also need to do. So if I hide by selection, I can now do this same join nearest. And select those two as well. That now is by itself. I'll now show all of my features. And I'm going to actually, there's two things here. So I'm going to select that yellow one, say, and right click and choose the draw order and put it to the back. So that gets me to that point. Now, what I would normally do with this edge of pavement, see, I'm starting at point 45 and I go all the way up here to point 46, which also starts the PC. But what I want to do is I want these points 34 and 33 to be also that code. But if I were to do that, so let's say I go 45 or 34 and 33 need to be a point number that instead of going from 45 to 46, I want it to intercept these 2 points along the way. And normally I would have done that. I don't have to do this after the fact. I do it out in the field. I hit my edge of pavement. I come up here and I hit this point and I say, at that point's going to be not only my PV start a curve and begin that PV feature, but I also going to want to make that, and I'll put this up front. I'm going to say that's an EP point and it's also a PV point. So I shoot it once, but it gets two different codes to it, as well as the control codes behind it. I'll say, okay, for that one, I'll double click this one, and I'm going to say that is also a EP point. Did I say EP or PE? I said EP. Okay, so now they say EP, but watch what happens when you process that in field to finish order. We just do all points, let it go. So now when you see this line, it starts way down here, goes, or it starts at 33 rather, goes to 34, goes to 45, and comes back on itself to 46. So I don't really want that to happen. And notice I've got both my points showing here twice, once as the edge of pavement and again as the PV point. So how would you go about doing that? And there's a little trick to this. We're going from 45 to 46, so we really need to make this point greater than 45 but less than 46. So we would make that point number something like 45A, and then 45B, and then 46. Now, in the case of that, if I change this point, the point itself, instead of 33, if we made that 45B, to delete point 33 from the coordinate file, say yes. So it's now 45B, and if I drop, if I name this one 45A, then it's going to read 45 to 45A to 45B. So if I do that now, draw a field to finish. So now it has created from that up to 45A to 45B, but see what happened with this one? It went 32, and the next available point was 35 to 36 and going on around, because 45 was actually up here beyond point number 44. So I need to somehow get 32 to join over here to the 45. And remember, 32 was on that curve. I think it was the curve should have been here to 32 to 45. Okay, looks like Nolan, I'm going to have to leave early. Okay. All right, here it says no. So I'm sending a chat back to Nolan here. Thanks to the videos and your certificate. After class, likely early next week. Oops. Okay, so he's actually left us. So anyway, he'll pick that up when he gets these videos. So now, to be able to do that, we started 45 to 45A to 45B. We got that as a 3D, although I'm not getting that. Yeah, looks like it is there if I select that one and bring it up to the front. Or that was the actual 2D, I think. All right, so now I've got the road taken care of, but I need to fix this 31 to 32 needs to go to 45B to 45A, or actually stop there and then start over here at 45A and work its way around back to here. So what I have to do at this point, and I'm not, let me see if that will, I don't think this will work. To 45B, join the point number. 45B. Yeah, see, all it did was just draw that little stick. So if I were going to do this and try to make that force into that location, then so 32 goes to 45. It's supposed to go to 45 before it then goes on around to 35, but it hits point number 35 before it gets in the count to 45. So that's why it's continuing that around there. So if let me take that join the point number off of there. I don't need that. So let's see, what if I go to 32 to 45 and then I need to make 45A. It's going to be, I'm going to call this PVC 1 begin. And then I would make 36 to 44 all with that little suffix on there. So I'm going to go to, let's just edit our points. And let's come down here and start with 35. That PV. So I went to 32, then to 35. I'm going to call that PV1. Same thing here. All the way down to 44. Save and exit. So that now creates it as a new number, but 45 is the one that I want to be PV1, but 45 is later in the sequence than 35. So I could go from 35 to 44 now and make those point numbers all bigger than 45. Maybe I could put a 135, 136, 137. That's one way around it. Another way around it, instead of making these PV1s, might be to, instead of drawing sequentially, if I drew in proximity order, the problem is it's going to get to 30 and it would see these as closer than 31. I was going to say 32 would find this point before it found this point, but then when it comes here, it would go to 35, back down to here. So it looks like my only solution is to renumber 35 through 44. So I'm going to go to my points, coordinate file utilities, and I'm going to come down here on the right-hand side and I want to renumber points. So I'm going to renumber point number 35 to 44. I'll take this description match, make sure it is an asterisk. And I'm going to renumber that starting from well, let's make it a bigger number, 535. So 535. And we don't need to condense the point. So now when I do that, I now should be able to go from 45A to pick up 535 all the way around to 544 once I process that again under field to finish. Say okay, and now all is right. It comes down here and ends, and it comes over here, and also my edge of pavement picks up and comes along it, and it includes these 2 points. So again, in the actual practice, I would not have surveyed this around as a closed figure. I would have maybe, been down here, and as I go along, I make sure that I survey this point right here just once, but I give it that 2 codes. It's an EP and it's also a PV. And it starts the arc on the PV, but it's a PV1 because I finished this PV over here. And I don't even really need to make those PV1s. They could just be PVs. I think, no, because 45, yeah, because I could now, because these point numbers are no longer going to be sub to that other one, I could have just reset that back to PV instead of PV1. But you see how you can manipulate those around, but in the field you would have, got these in order 45 to 46, call it the edge of pavement for the edge of pavement feature, but also a PV. And then maybe you get here and you say, all right, there's the edge of gravel is 46, then 47, 48 for now. You get your way around, you come back out here, and then it might be point number, 61, which is a PV, and then EP, and then the next point EP would be a 62, 63, 64, on around like that. So that's the way you would collect it in the field, which the key takeaway from this little demonstration for that is that when you're in the field collecting points, you want to think about field to finish processing so that you're collecting points as if you are drawing the map. So you want to make sure that you collect those things in that particular order. You typically, start on a feature and identify it. You don't generally run down and get the whole feature and then come back and do something else and then come back and do something else, because you run into that possibility on those point number overlaps. You would generally start here, come here, that's a feature, and grab this local feature around the edge, and you could even start here and come around, and if these were in order, instead of going from 44 to 27, you would just, start there, work your way around it, end here, and then continue on your way, dropping the PV code for this next EP. Okay, so far so good. So let's take a look at another double point feature. If I double click point 1, get the actual point symbol. So point 1 has 2 codes. It's got an FL, and that's the fence line. And it also says CM for a concrete monument of a 4-inch diameter. Now it draws a square, so I might want to change that. Now it normally you wouldn't find a concrete monument as part of your fence post, but you get the idea. It's just going to double code a point. I also see down here I've got these 2 points. I've got an iron pin point, and I've also got an FL point. It's a single point. They're both point number 8. They're drawn at different heights because the code for one says to use a shorter text height. If I look at that code, for instance, and I edit that code, I've got an IP and an FL. So my fences, there's my FL, and I see that it is written with this 0.08 attribute size. And I've also got the iron pen, which would be my set control, my IP right here. And it's set to make it 1/10 of an inch tall instead of 800. That's why you see those as 2 different sizes. Normally, if they're the same, it looks like it's a single point, but there's actually 2 points drawn into the drawing, both of them point number 8, but one controls the drawing for IP, one controls the drawing for FL. So let's fix those particular codes. So my IP, the very first thing you would do is there's a, let's say IP, maybe that was an iron pin found is what you want to show up in the drawing. It's going to go on a layer. We'll keep it, we'll just make it IP. You can put it on a different layer like property corners or whatever you want to call it. In fact, let's just do that P core as a property corner layer. And it's going to draw just the points for iron pin, not any line work, but I need to set a symbol there. So I'm going to go there. Instead of using that plus mark, I'm going to choose what looks like an iron pin. I'll say, okay, now what about my fence line? Well, let's look at the fences and that FL code. So the FL code is going to tell me just by its name that it's a fence line, but there's no description in the drawing. And it's going to draw just a 2D polyline, not a 2D and 3D, because that fence line, there may be some change in the ground under the fence that I didn't survey. I'm just picking up the corners of the fence, and I don't need it to be a break line. So it's just going to be that 2D polyline. Now, if you look, so you see on the symbol, there's nothing set for the symbol, but if I look on the line type, I see this particular line type, and it is a specific line type for that one feature. You could set that line type to be by layer, this very top entry here. And then you would go back to your layer controls and set the line type for layer fences to be some type of a fence line. But you could also have on this layer called fence, you could have other things drawn, maybe a different type of fence with a different symbology. So in which case you would make that line a particular coded line type, which is what we see here. It's called fence2_E. And when you either set line type or click the button here, it lets you pick those. And so there's a whole slew. These are all the ones that are available to you. You've got the ones that say CAD as a parentheses. That means those are the built-in ones to your CAD system. And then you've got these _E, and that was what it is using, this fence2_E. And you can see it right here, and it looks like a line with X's drawn through it, and it is created by individual entities. So it's got the line, and it's got these little letter X's over top of them, and the font that it's using is whatever is the current font, which is standard, which is Arial. It's sort of put together by those independent entities. And so if I were to say choose this one where it had the gaps in it, and I said, okay, save, exit, hit okay. So now I see I get the gaps, but if you look at that, have to, if I wanted to say, do something with this as a single line, oh, I can't use that particular line style. So I'm going to go back and fix that code to one that you can use. And that was in my fences, my fence line, and in this line type, instead of using that one with an _E, which is what it had below this, I use this fence E. I can use, instead of these entity types, I can either use one of these CAD defined lines, or I could come down to this thing called continuous, in which case it creates it as a continuous feature. And I don't see it. There's a fence. Let's see what that looks like. Fence. There's the fence B with a gap there. There's a different fence here with the X's sort of alternating. And here's another fence that uses smaller X's. And I can also, if I choose that one, which was this fence, I think it was this one, there's fence BC, fence CC, fence SC, probably stands for small c. Now, one thing you can do is I'm going to choose that one, fence SC, but notice I've also got right here these drawing scalars and symbol size scalars. So if I put this spacing scalar, I want that to go instead of the default there, I'm going to make that say every 1.25 inches. It's going to repeat the symbol, and my symbol size I could set to 0.06, make it a small little piece of text. And then when I say okay, what it does, because I've changed these numbers, is that it recreates Whoop, why did it say fault? I did the wrong one. Let's come down here to the continuous again under fence. Fence SC 125.46. So there it is. And so once I do that, so I'm going to come back here and set this line type scalar back 0.06, and I'll say okay, and I'll save and exit that and let it redraw. And I must have missed the symbol because that, but anyway, what it does is it creates, if you look at this name, it's called fence S_C, but then it also puts those size changes I made. There's a 1, the spacing, and the 2 and the 1.1. So that controls that spacing. However, I don't. Custom text, let's use a letter X. 6, and let's see that. Now, if we've added that in, do we save and exit? And it's still not picking up those X's. Anyway, instead of tracking all this thing down, we can, let's try one last little piece here that we can use for the line type. For whatever reason, it chose by layer. Let's find it. It's SC continuous. There it is. Oh, it's using that. I think I know what's going on. Is it's not matched up with my line type scale. And here's where that can come into play. Under your drawing setup, under settings, when you set that scale coming in, you don't normally see this number over here for the line type scale. I like to always go back to this and reset that to 1 so that it's going to use the CAD scaling. And then I need to set another variable. There's a model space LT scale on or off, and it's going to be on, so it is on. There's also a P space LT scale as to whether you want to use that on or off would make it on. And now when I do a regen, when I change that from 20 to 1, you can see how now it creates that line type with an X in it. And the scaling is now correct because I've reset my global LT scale to 1. That's one of the problems with that Carlson drawing scale setup. You have to double check that. So if you come back now to field to finish, edit that codes, and let's see that fences. You could even go to that line type and set 1. See that line was fence SC continuous, and it so you could, let's say it was a fiber optic line instead of a piece of text, or instead of a fence, we're using an X. I think that would save it. No, it's still using that definition. So I would I could actually create a new one on the fly then. I set this line type. I'm gonna just set the, I want to make, let's just use a, continuous line. But with these spacings, let's put in the letters FO. See if that creates it for us. No, I would have to create that line type separately. So let's reset it to where we wanted it back. Line type, set the line type down to this continuous part as SC. Right, so that's now done. We've got some other line types in our drawing down here below that we used for that utility pole. Let's save, exit, have it redraw. Take a look, or we didn't draw the pole, but we've got this traverse line that gets created, and I'm going to wind up freezing that layer because we don't need to see it when we finish our drawing. But let's take a look at these utility poles. I've got a utility pole here, number 3, number 4. And there's a couple, there's a light pole by itself, a freestanding light pole, and up here's another utility pole. And we could make that go on as part of that code. So I'm going to say I go from 3 to 4 to 17 light poles by itself. So let's look at the UP and the LP. And I'm going to take note right here. I'm going to put a drop down here to number 7. And we're also going to work on this shed control as well. So it goes from 5 to 6 to 7. Now, if we take that shed point like it is, and it's going to draw the point, and again, I would freeze that off. So in which case I would come down here to edit my codes. Let's look at the shed point, which is under structures. Here's my shed, and it's going to draw, and it's going to put in the point description the word shed. That's fine. Main layer is going to go on building, and it's got a distinct point layer of points. So if I freeze that after I'm drawn, the line work is going to stay up here at building. And I'm going to make that you can make it a 3D and 2D both. So if you freeze off all the break line layers, because this 3D, I'm going to make it on 3D break lines, but I'll also get the drawn 2D for my final mapping presentation. I'm going to say no particular symbol, although I'm going to freeze those points anyway. So let's just put that back to that symbol. And now one of the codes, if I go from 5 to 6 to 7, there's a command in our survey menu that you could do after you've done this to make that into a finished building if you'd like. Or when you're out there surveying this, you get a corner, a corner, a corner, and you don't have to go back and finish that other corner. You could say for point number 7, it's one of these special codes, which is called rectangle. It's to make it into a rectangle. It's right here to close it rectangularly. So instead of going 5 to 6 to 7 and then close back to 5, it's going to close up to whatever that other corner point is supposed to be. Based on this distance, 5 to 6 is the width. 6 to 7 would be this length along here. So it just repeats those over here and sets that back corner. So if I put an RECT code at the end of my 0.7 description, that will close that off as a closed figure. So under that shed, I'll just edit that point, number 7. And at the end of it, I'll type RECT to do a rectangle. Save my changes, and it now you see it says shed rectangle. And we wanted to look at these utility poles and light poles. The utility pole is going to be a standalone point only. I'm going to use a symbol. This time I'm going to scroll down here until I find my light pole symbol. Oops. Right here. And then my utility pole, I'm going to change that symbol to be a power pole looking symbol. And you see this rotate to line, you can leave that off, or you can say, yeah, rotate to the forward segment out of that point, rotate to line up with that line work, just in case you want to do that. Line type now is going to be by layer, or you can set this to be like an overhead power. So if I come down here and make a, if I look at this, I don't see if I can find like an electric. There's electric 1, which shows up down here. That electric, here's electric 2 will be what I want. And again, I set my spacing every 1.25 inches. And the symbol itself, which would be that letter E, I'll make 0.08 just to keep it tiny. I'll save that. So now I've got the utility pole, the light pole, I've got the shed closed off. And if I want a power drop from 17 back to 7, I'll edit that point, and 17 would be also JPN 7. Save that. Save my code table, exit, and let it draw. And now you're going to see 7 drew down here that joined a point number, and it used that particular line style. I just changed it was too small to repeat the pattern, so I changed it down on its individual line. I made its line type scale only half. But now it never drew the line 3 to 4 to 17. And the reason for that then would be because when I edited the codes and I looked at utilities, all I did for UP was change the symbol. I forgot to do right here. I'm going to also draw a 2D polyline. Because again, it's not going to be a break line. I'll say, okay, save that, exit that. And when that draws now, it's going to draw that electric line up to here. Now, normally, that's not going to just end at that pole. There's probably another pole off site somewhere. Yes, Nathan. Sorry about that. Let's see. Can you go over that again? Yes. So what I did was in field to finish, edit my codes. I found this utilities category. I found that UP code. That's my utility pole. So I edit that. That's where I set that pole, and I said rotate to the line forward. I gave it a line type where I chose that electric style line. Now, normally what I do in these is I always set the line type just to by layer, and I define my layer to use a particular line type. It doesn't matter whichever way you do it. But then back over here, the first time it did not draw the line because it was still sitting down here on points only. So I switched it to draw a 2D polyline. It also draws the point, but it draws the line work in between it. So does that answer your question on that? Okay, maybe. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, I see. You had the same problem on the fence. Yep. You have to tell it to draw the line itself. So, so that drew that, and now when it does draw it, notice now the line always does rotate correctly, but you see how the symbol is rotating the point to match the line ahead. So there it is going there, and there is no line ahead. So this one just stays at that same rotation, and it just rotates that symbol around to do that for you. And then it did this one where I needed to, for you to be able to see it. I don't, yeah, 0.8 would make that symbol show up. And I have to make that edit after I draw it because it was just too small to repeat the symbol in it. Because it's less than 1.25 inches between those 2 points at 20 scale. So that's all I did with that one. And when I redraw field to finish, it's going to recreate that and I'd have to reset that again. Now, one thing, another special code on point 17, because we normally have a point here and a point here and a point here, and that power line probably continues. And if it does, instead of having to go out here and survey the pole, unless you need it specifically, you can do something with one of those special codes. So I'm going to measure this distance just so I know. All right, so that gets 100 feet would get me where I need it to be. All right, so if I look at, let's go back to draw field to finish again. And we're going to edit the codes and we're going to look at these special codes. There are some here that are going to tell it to extend for a particular distance. And that's down here in this section over here, which is called a jog code or extend by distance. So if you put JOG and then you put a series of jogs, it can go left, right, straight ahead, that kind of thing in a given distance. So if it went off straight ahead, I would come to that point number 17. I'm going to edit that point. Now notice all of these edits that I'm making is you wouldn't necessarily, go back and do these edits in the office, but you can, but you would, the most efficiently you would do these while you're surveying it out in the ground. So let's say we wanted to say that line continues at least 100 feet. So I'm going to say JOG 100. I'll make that change. Yep, I'll save it. And then I didn't make any code changes, so I'll just exit and say okay. And then I know what I did. The code for that should have not been just jog 100, but jog space S100, mean go straight 100 feet. And now let's just repeat the field to finish. There you go. So now you see it extends on off the edge of my map by that jog code. We told it to go out further. Okay. Notice my shed closed itself at a rectangle. Now, one thing to be aware of when you're also drawing 3D line work here, which I would normally, I would only draw this as a 3D line if that is an actual edge that I need to use as a break line. So I would probably not draw the 3D, but I would use that as a little knockout of my resulting surface so that it doesn't run a contour through the building necessarily. But what happens when you do this? Let's take a look at our 3D viewer. So I'm going to view 3D view my drawing viewer. I'm going to select this point or this line. It's the only one I'm going to look at. And I'm going to give this a vertical exaggeration of say 5 feet so you can see what happens. So it started at 5. went to 6, went to 7, and then when it said close rectangular, it continues. Notice this slope is slightly climbing from 5 to 6 to 7. It continues that slope back to here, and then it closes it from that original point. So that's probably not how that feature is really built. Now, keep in mind, I'm on a 5-time vertical exaggeration. So if I put this back to 1, you can see that's, well, it's darn near flat, so that might not cause any problem. However, what I would really normally do then is, instead of drawing that as also a break line, I'm going to come down here, find my shed structure, and I'm going to turn that into being a 2D only, because it's not big enough to really affect the triangulation through there. So it's now just a 2D polyline. That's all I have. But when I go to model the terrain, I could select that as an exclusion area. So it just breaks a hole out of the surface. So it's not defined underneath the shed itself. Now, if we have, and that particular rectangle closure command is something that you can use like this. I'm going to take this and let's just let's copy it off here to the side. I want to show you how some of that worked. You could, this is the way it originally drew. And you could have left it like that. You wouldn't have had to put the rectangle on it to have it close it. But there's another command in the CAD system or in the survey system outside the field to finish that you can use to finish this up. And it's on our survey menu all the way at the bottom, called four-sided building. And it does the exact same thing. And you've got some options, whether you want to prompt for the width, yes or no. Default the offset to make sure it's a square building, all those kinds of things. So then it says pick a line or a polyline. So when I pick this, it's going to square that off exactly the same way that the rectangle command did. Okay. So that's one way of using that. Here's another way of doing that particular function. If you had, I'm going to erase this now. I don't need that for discussion purposes. But let's say down here along the road, let's say there's an inlet on the road. So we went from 45 to 45A, 45B. Let's say up here we had a 45C and a 45D that's going to represent an inlet. And it might be, let's just draw a rectangle, say this size. We'll move it from here to this near point here, and let's rotate it from here by reference, going from here to here, and then to here. All right, so say that's an inlet in the road. Now we are going to be surveying up. I'm going to create 2 new points here. And I'm going to keep them in order between 45B and 46, because I want those to also be points along the pavement or along the edge of pavement, for instance. So I'm bebopping along. I get my 45B and I'm going to shoot this corner of this inlet. Now, you could do, say this inlet point, come over here and grab this inlet point and give it a rectangle close, just like we did on the shed. But you don't need to necessarily do the 3 points. You could just do the 2 points, and you do it in this fashion. When you put this point in. So I'm going to draw, locate a point. And we'll just put this on layer inlets, for instance, and we're going to say screen pick, and I'll just pick this point right here. And the elevation, we'll let it read that same elevation, the 498,609, just to keep it from being anywhere out of whack. And the description now, well, that is an EP point, but it is also, let's call it an INL for an inlet. I'm not sure what we use for that code. We'll just let it draw line work for now. And so it's going to be an inlet, but that inlet's going to be a rectangle. And this time, instead of just rectangle by itself, we're only going to actually, I'm not ready for that yet. So I'm going to say, okay. And the point number I want instead of 545 is going to be 45C. All right, so I've got a 45C. I'm going to now also draw locate point. And this time down here where it's in the starting point number, I should have changed that the first time, but I'll say 45D, screen pick, and I'll also pick that point right there. Take that elevation as fine. And now I'm going to say rectangle, because I went from here to here. I'm going in this direction. I give it a distance of whatever that distance might be. Let's say it's a 2-foot inlet across there at whatever distance long by 2 feet wide. So if I say okay to that, I now have an EP, whoops, need to make one further change here. It's an EP INL, it's an inlet. And this one is an EP INL. Did it? Put it here so you can see it now for now. All right, so I've got 2 points that are now added to it that I would normally have picked up along the way. So if I run field to finish, come down here and choose my field to finish command, edit my codes. I'm going to make sure I've got under utilities, I don't see an inlet. So maybe I'll look under all. I'll sort by codes, and I'm going to scroll down and see I don't have any inlets, so that's okay. So let's make us a new code. So I'm going to come down in my code definitions and say add. The code's going to be an INL, and you could put a description on it if you want. I'll just say here for my labeling for my use, I'll call it an inlet. I'm going to put it on a layer, and I would normally have, a utility layer or a drainage layer or something like that. Let's see, where did the manhole hasn't gone to a particular layer yet. All right, so I'll just type in here drainage. And I'm going to draw either a 2D or also a 3D polyline. I'll just draw the 2D for now, so you can see where it's going to go. And let's see, no description, just draw it there. I'll take the symbol. Now, normally you would just shoot it with a single symbol, and you would come down here and find an inlet and manhole, and you would find one of these types of inlets that you can choose for your drawing, that kind of thing. All right, but we're going to say just no point. We're just going to draw the line type, and it's going to be by layer, which would be continuous. We'll say okay, and that should work. And we edit that point number. Now that was 46 D. And you can see it has this now rectangle 2 because it's going to the right. So we exit and say, okay. And it went from 45A, B, C, D. And it drew, take that feature out. Why do you go from 45D back to why did it come back here? And there's not a point at their location. It's on EOP. So this one is an EP. Oh, it lost the inlet code for whatever reason. I didn't put it in, apparently. All right, it is there for that one. Now, when I draw field to finish, yeah, there we go. It goes on, connects up that, but it also, when I chose inlet, at that point, let's see, 45C and D. 45C is inlet, 45B is inlet, rectangle 2. Maybe that space. There we go. So now I had to put the a space, or let's see, maybe I took the space. Yeah, you had to put the distance right up there with no space on it. It went 2 feet to the left. So it went from here to here and it said rectangle because I did not have the third point. I gave it a width and I told it go 2 feet to the right. If I were to have made that, if I wanted it to go to the other direction, I just put a negative on it. And then when you repeat your field to finish, you're going to see it's going to draw it on the other side. So there it drew over to here. And I'm also getting the EPs. I want to turn that point off for EP. Symbol, no symbol. Save and exit that. We would go back and do it, but I also now want to go to my utilities and this manhole. And I see right now I'm drawing a manhole with just that symbol. I'm going to now choose this inlets and manholes, and I'm going to scroll down until I see a manhole symbol. Maybe I'll use the sanitary symbol size. I'll make it a little bit bigger, say 1/10. And line type, I don't, right now it's just set to by layer, but if I want to come here and draw a 2D polyline because I'm connecting up the manholes, if I'm sure of that, and I want to draw the line with it, I can go ahead and do that. So on the line type, again, you can set this, and let's go down here to the continuous section and see if we see a sewer. Let's see, there is Swamp Star Square. Let's see, there's sewer. There's sanitary. Let's see what sanitary looks like. It says SS. I just want to maybe call it S, just a single S. And again, I'm going to set up my spacing scalars of 1.25 inches. And the symbol for that would be, yeah, we'll leave it a 0.1. Say okay, and then we'll make sure back here we also match our scaling and size. We'll say okay, save and exit that. And then when we draw that, you're going to see now the sewer line gets created from the first point up here, the 52. So it creates this sanitary sewer line down to 53 and then goes again down to 54. Now, you can't really tell because it's an S, but it is upside down. Okay, this is the actual top of the S, that's the bottom. So what you do in that particular case, instead of trying to, manipulate the numbers and change their direction so that it draws it in the right direction, you would just wait till you finish processing the field to finish, and then you can just simply reverse the direction of that line. And you do that under our edit menu, polyline utilities, and you would reverse the polyline. It's also available on our polyline toolbar. So we reverse the polyline. Now watch the S's and you'll see how it now goes in that direction as the line type drawing. If you draw it again, you see how it's changing. So I would now, just to make my map read correctly so that my symbols are not upside down, I could reverse those after I draw field to finish. Now, the next time I draw field to finish, it's going to flip it back. So I would have to do that as well. All right, a couple others to finish up. Let's do this concrete monument. So back to field to finish, we'll edit the codes, and that particular was a CM, concrete monument, as its full name, no description. It's going to go on this layer. It's going to be this particular symbol, which in our case we wanted to use because it has a diameter. I'm going to use a circular, and I'm going to make it bigger. I'll make it 0.15 and points only. Now, if we look at that point, that was point number 1. So if we edit the points and look at point 1, it is a fence line. There's your FL, and then it says CM, that's our concrete monument, and it says slash parentheses 4-inch DIAM, so a 4-inch diameter concrete monument. So what I want to do is, well, that doesn't tell me anything just by say 4-inch diameter. I want to see what it is. So I'm going to edit that CM code to actually use the description CONCMON. So up here's the code CM. That's what lives in the coordinate file, but this is what field to finish will put in the drawing as a drawing description. And if you remember the special codes, the slash means whatever comes after the slash is going to go after whatever's in that description, in which case would be conc-mon. So I'll save that, exit, and draw, and now you're going to see how it then says that's a concrete monument of 4-inch diameter, and then I would say maybe move this point attribute, after I'm finished, I would maybe draw it out to here, and then freeze off this layer and this layer, that kind of stuff, so I can see that that's also a concrete monument, or maybe I'd even move it up here to the top. Okay, now this line that gets drawn here on EOP, that's again just the edge of the road, edge of the pavement, so that's going up there. Now we have a couple of things. Assuming that, this is our fence line here, and we pick up an iron pin and we come down this direction and we see there's a point down here called PL, which there's no code definition for yet, but that's a point on line that they shot. Although how you recognize a point on line in the field, I'm not sure, but it hits this iron pin found down here as well. And then it comes up this direction. There's another iron pin found, another iron pin found, and then that's it. So if I were to do this in field to finish, you could at this point just draw those in. We could tell our codes to connect all the IPs with a particular line style, which is what we'll do. And then at point number 15, we're going to come up here and rejoin to point number 1. So point 15, the first thing I'm going to do is edit that description to say IP, and then I'm going to say JPN1, join to point number 1. So when I reprocess, it's going to draw a line up there, but we need to have it draw lines ahead of time anyway. So in my field to finish, I'll edit my codes. I'll find my IP code, which is right here, which I said IP found, draw points only, but this time I'm going to draw a 2D polyline to represent the property line. There's my symbol. Let's go to my line type, and we're going to set that line type. See if we have a property line down here that we can use. If not, we could just set it to by layer and use an AutoCAD line type, that type of thing. So here's a PL continuous. I look over here, find my PLs are alphabetical, and I see it's going to be a line with a PL symbol in it. So that's what I want. And again, I'll make this time instead of just an inch, I'm going to go every 2 inches, let's say, and we'll set that symbol size. We'll keep that at a 1/10. So we'll set that there. We'll set this here as 2. We'll say okay. And save and exit, let it process. And now you see the property line gets drawn and connects back. There's a join to point 1. I'm not drawing one where the fence is. I'm letting the fence be there. And so there's now my property line. It comes down, you can see there's my point on line. I did not connect it to anything. It's just showing you that it is that point on line. And if I look at this, it's on a layer called P core. So maybe you would define P core as, maybe give it a red color, and we'll make it a bigger or a heavier looking line. And to be able to see those line styles, I need to come down here in my status bar and turn on display line styles. And now this one has to have a line weight. There's that 0.1. If I zoom in, see it's thicker, so it shows up heavier. Now, right in here, see, I'm not going to know out in the field that that's the start of an arc. I could have put that in a PC start and a PC, or a PC and a PT. And when you do that, for instance, let's change it here. For now, we're going to say IP PC. Now, remember I told you it took 3 points to make a curve. However, if you don't have that third point, I'm going to put a PT in here. So it starts a curve and then finishes the curve. And it makes it tangent between the start and the stop. So that's a tangent curve to these 2 property lines. So I could have done it that way. I could also have, instead of doing it here, and you would not do this in the field because you're not going to know what those iron pins are going to follow a particular curve. So I'm going to take those descriptions back out. And if you then reprocess field to finish, you would get that. And now once you're done with it, you might manipulate this particular line. And that's a separate line because it was that join to point number code. This one, however, is continuous from where it started reading the codes. So one thing you can do with that is just simply manipulate the polyline. So I'm going to select it, hover over the middle grip and choose convert to arc. And then I could place it if I had another point or something that I wanted it to go through. You know, I could do it that way after I do the field finish processing, just so the last little edit. Okay, last little bit, these tree codes, I could do, you know, these oaks and pines, and I'll leave that to you because we need to get to the survey part, the deed processing stuff. So I'll leave that to you to figure out. But one last thing on this building code here, I go from 18 to 19. But remember those, if I said rectangle and I gave it a width left or right, but I've also got those jog codes like I did up here for this extending of the electric line. So what you can do is with that jog code, let's say we've got, say, what is this? This happens to be 20 feet long. So let's say maybe there's, I'm going to just draw a 2D polyline, whatever my current settings are. I'm going to say I'm going to draw from here to here. And then I'm going to continue that one I was drawing. And let's take it in this extended direction. Maybe it went, oh, I don't know. Let's make it a, say, an extra 10 feet. Except I'm, let's say it went there and then we had, you know, something like this, and then I close back. So maybe what actually happened when I'm out there in the field is that, you know, I could see this corner, I could see this corner, maybe there's a tree in the way and I couldn't shoot that corner and then I didn't want to go around and get this whole building. So maybe what I did is I, you know, in my field notes, I wrote down, all right, this is supposed to be 30 feet. This was 15 and 15, maybe another 15 back. And so that would be, say, 30 and 20 be 50 back this way, and then we close it up. So that might be what we have in our little sketch. But the only points we need to actually survey in the field is 18 and 19 on that building code. So what we would do is for this particular point, point number 19, say that's a building, but I'm going to put some jog codes in. So I'm going to say jog straight 10, L 15, R 15. So I went out 10, left 15, right 15, left, let's just go 10 this time, and then left again, 50, and then finally close. Now, when I do that, and I reprocess my field to finish, you'll see that I did my codes incorrectly. However, let me see. Are these, I think the spaces, No, I got something wrong with my jog code. Let me see. It's a special code. It's a jog code to extend by distance. And if I look at that, and let's search for jog. Turn the highlighting back on. Let's see if we can see it down here. I didn't want to have to search. See, this is a really good help system on the field to finish drawing, which does all kinds of extra little things, some additional options, special codes, line work special codes we'll be getting down here too. The jog code. You've got offsets and rectangles and all that kind of multiple offsets, left, right, circle. Down here's my jog. So it allows so your jog. Positive numbers indicate a jog to the right. All right, so S can be used for straight. So here it says building jog, straight 10.1, right 5. Oh, that should have worked. With a jog at 20 to the right, and so building jog 20 minus 10, and then close. Okay. I did it correctly. Why did it not? That's 0.19. So jog, see, that should be S10, L15, R, oops, L15. R15, L10. L50 and close. All right, so that should have worked. If I look at that code build 2D polyline, and I'm going to turn my symbols off. Save and exit. Ah, there it is. So it went out and then 15, 15, 15, 10, and it's 50. So that would have been what? Should have been 45. So I can again use my field to finish inspector. Look for that BLD code. 18, 19, and 0.19 instead of that 45. It really should have been, I mean, instead of 50, it should have been 45. I did my math wrong. I'll apply it and it redraws it. And of course, now it's, now it'd be exactly straight and square, unlike this other thing that I did just as a guide. So that would be an example of you shoot a corner, you shoot a point on the wall, and then you just measure the building. Okay, so that would be use of that jog code. We jogged this one straight ahead. We did a rectangle to close this. We set these up. We could put this in as a curve after the fact. And you would then be ready to, at this point, create the triangulation. So it's going to come up and break at these edges. I'm going to have a little bit of a, no, that's going to go right there. The sanitary is 2D. That's 3D, 3D. Everything's going to work okay there. And so let's do this. I'm going to go to my surface menu. triangulate and contour. On the triangulate tab, we will write the file. We'll just call it EG-F2F. And I'll go ahead and turn my contours on. I'll do a contour interval of 1s and 5s. I can label the contours. Let's just label it, say every 100 feet should be fine. Make sure there's nothing filtered. Now back here where it says shrink wrap your perimeter reduction, because I'm going to turn on to use inclusion and exclusion areas. I need to have an inclusion area that I want to use. Otherwise, if I say none of this, if I don't do that, I can use this shrink wrapping automatically within it, but I'm going to allow that to happen. I'm going to use these inclusion and exclusion areas when we come back to it. But I need a boundary around this stuff so that I don't draw triangles and contours out in this area here. So a couple of things you can do with that. You can just simply draw a perimeter that you're going to select as an inclusion. So I canceled that command, by the way. Or you can use this command on the draw menu called shrink wrap entities. And this is what gets done internally in that system, but it doesn't allow you to pick the exclusion. So that's why I'm going to do this separately. I'm going to put this on a layer name called BDY-topo, just so I know it's my topo. I'll make it a 2D, and I'm going to go across gaps. So I'm going to allow it to do that. And my perimeter reduction, if I say none, and I say okay, and I select all this data, you can see what happens. It creates a perimeter, and let's make that layer called BD Topo. We'll make it, say, yellow, and we'll give it some line weight so you can see when it gets created and what it looks like. And this is going to be by layer, by layer, by layer. It's on BD Topo. Did I not get the definition set? BD. Oh, crap, I did building. I want my buildings to be red and my weight to be default. I did the wrong layer. And then I want topo here to be, my boundary topo to be yellow and heavy. So this would be the resulting boundary that we would use. Let me do a regen so you get the, so if I said none on that perimeter reduction, it would build the surface all the way out to this. So it did not reduce any of these longer triangles that it would have formed out on this side. So if I repeat that command, and I'm going to get rid of this original one. Well, let me just leave it there. But I'm going to draw shrink wrap boundaries again, and I'm going to, this time, instead of saying no reduction, I'm going to say a high reduction. We'll say, okay, I'm going to get everything, but I'm going to shift click so I don't select that one. And I say, okay, and now it's going to draw this one. You can see how it's different from this other one. There's the old one, I'll erase it. So it's going out here and it's actually including those ground shots and putting those points in. Now I've got one up here where it's jumping out and finding that, but I don't need that one there. So I'll just select it, hover over the grip and remove that vertex. And now my contouring would go all the way around that area there. Okay. So when I triangulate and contour, I'm going to turn on this time on my triangulate tab. I'm going to write the file. There's my file name again. I'm going to choose to use inclusion and exclusion areas, and I will trim them at the boundary instead of just taking out the whole triangle. And now my shrink wrap goes away. So it's going to prompt me for that at this point. I'm going to also come down here and densify these break lines, say every 10 feet, just to add some additional definition into it. And I'll say, okay, now it says select objects, and everything we've done before, we've just grabbed everything and run, but read the line above. It says select inclusion perimeter polylines. You can have more than one, or enter for none. So I'm going to select that as my inclusion. I'm through selecting, so I hit enter. Still says select objects, but read the line above. Any exclusion perimeter polylines. Well, I'm going to exclude my terrain model inside these two buildings. I'm finished. I hit enter. And now it still says select objects. It wants you to pick everything you want to use. So this is going to get all the points and all the line, the 3D edges, and there now becomes my contour line. I also have a surface that I have built called EG Field to Finish, and it looks like this. As you can see, there's the excluded areas. There's now my contouring that resulted from reading this information here. Okay, now I'm going to erase by layer. Oh, select from the screen, and I'll get, one of those labels, the index and the intermediate contours, to get those out of there. Now let's suppose down here where our line was, I'm going to send that to the back so I can see these other lines across it. Well, I can't really see them. I'm going to just bring this out off of this feature, and then maybe even I'll erase some of these points in there. So now we can see what we got done. Remember, this was the edge of the road. Now you could do this either here after the fact, and I select that road, and that is my 3D polyline, my edge of the road. Now I could do a 3D offset and build the road, from here, or I could do it inside the actual code table as part of field to finish if I knew that that was a consistent shape of the road across there. And you could do that by a number of ways. You can use those special codes of offset horizontal and offset vertical. But here's what we're going to do. We're going to actually create a little template. So we're going to go back to our draw field, or our draw field to finish. We're going to edit the codes, and that code was an EP. It was on my road features. So there's that EP. And now I'm telling it to draw this 3D polyline, but I'm going to look at my line type. And one of the options that I can do down here is to use a particular template. And so if I select that template, I'm going to call it road structure, or RD-STR. Oh, okay. I have to have an existing file first. So I'm going to choose edit instead of select, and I'll be able to name that. So that's now going to be a new file called RD-STR. And I get something that's very similar to the road design template in the civil module. But I'm just going to start building points from this point out. I'm going to uncheck this same as left because I'm just going to be surveying along that road edge, and I'm going to start pushing grades away from it. So I'm going to start adding these grade points. So I'm going to add, let's say that's actually, the edge of a sidewalk maybe. So it has a, let's give it a little 2% down cross slope, a horizontal distance. Let's say it's a 6-foot sidewalk, and we'll call that SW. All right, so there now, whoops, it should be over here. I'm going to, let's just remove it. Let's go over here on the right-hand side and add -2, 6 feet. That's W. All right, so there now I've got a little cross slope, but now I really, yeah, so yeah, that, so I come down here to the, now that I'm at the top of my curb, and I'm going to say, I'm going to add a horizontal piece of just 1/2 foot, and that's going to put me out to the top of curb. So there, and I'm going to add another one that goes a vertical instead of a slope, -1/2 foot. And it's going to be just a wee bit of a lean out 0.1. And that's going to be my face of curb. And I have to lean it a little bit because I can't have a vertical surface when I build my terrain models. I'm going to add, and this time I'm going to use a positive slope of, say, 4% for a distance of 2 feet, and that's going to be my gutter pan, which is actually, I'll just call it my edge of pavement. So there now is going to be that structure. I've got this incoming sidewalk with a cross slope. I've got the top of curb, which is horizontal. I've got the face of the curb. I now go out here to the edge of pavement, and we can continue this. Let's make now a positive 2%. Where we go out, let's say if that's a 12-foot lane, so we've got 12 feet, call that center line. And let's just add one more. We'll go over, again, this time a -2%, another 12 feet, and that's going to be my EOP, and I have to give it a different number to make it unique. So now, you see this white point? That's the point I'm surveying. And I can tell it to use this template. It goes out a constant 6 feet at a 2% slope across the top of the curb, down the curb, up to the center line, out to the other center line. Obviously, you would not do this. I'm going to say save, by the way, and exit. So obviously, you would not do this in the field because those things are not going to be uniform all the way across there. But I'm just showing you the power of this to create. So when it does that, I'll say, okay, save. And now when I reprocess my code, you see what I've done is I've added. And so what I'm going to do is now bring this out so that it's going to encompass the road for me. So now if I look at this stuff in my 3D viewer, you can see what that's going to look like. This is going to be what gets considered for modeling this terrain model. See, there's that curb. You can see how it comes across the sidewalk, across the top of the curb. It drops and comes up to the gutter pan, goes out to the center line, and comes out to the other edge. Okay. Now, I could also have made those buildings. I could have used those particular points in there as 3D, all of the different kind of stuff. But that's going to be what gets made. And if I go back to triangulate and contour again in the surface menu, I'll just let it overwrite that original one, and I'll say, okay, keeping everything the same. Yes, it's okay to overwrite. I'll pick my inclusion, finish those. I'll pick my exclusions. I'll grab my 2 buildings, finish those. And now I'll pick everything to triangulate and contour, and off it goes. And you can see the actual contour line actually does come across, crosses the curb, walks down the face of the curb till it hits, you know, the right elevation out in here, and then it climbs back up, you know, as we go along. Now, I would maybe, I'm going to do this again, erase all contour entities. I'm going to go to my contours. I'm going to put no smoothing on. so you can see the results of those curb lines a little better. Any exclusions. And then everything to generate. Now, as you look at that, it comes from the edge of the pavement to the crown, to the edge of the gutter, comes down, hits the face of the curb, walks all the way up that face of the curb till it hits the top of the curb, goes out the back of the curb, and then across the sidewalk, and then back into the site. We also view our surface model, and you're going to be able to now see that road definition. Let's put our shading on it like there. So you can now see how it generated that curb structure. And if you see the actual triangle edges, it also incorporates that back edge of that sidewalk, even though we didn't. We're just looking at the surface definition here. Go to the model tab. I'm going to add these features, and I'm going to just bring in everything that has elevation. So now you can see where those features are and how it affects the contour. So the contour has a bend in it because I've got a cross slope on my sidewalk right in there. You can see how it follows the crown of the road. Okay, so, and here's where that building was. That's a contour line there that's drawn in. If I turn off these display contours, you see these are the actual ones that I drew in the drawing. There's the red ones and the white ones. Okay. And I've got right in here, you see this line, this edge on the triangle right here? That's because it's using a point, and it sees this point, and there's no break line in between there. And I would know, probably, I would have a little better definition than just everything making triangles up to where that light pole is. Or I could even take that out of consideration for that point in a number of ways. Since I'm editing the surface, I can remove a point. And so you see that reshapes the triangles in there. Now it's no longer being considered, and it puts all those others up there. So, but I'm not going to save those changes. I'll take it, I'll go ahead and use that as a point that pulls the definition of the topography in a little better. Okay, then other things you can do on the surface menu, contour utilities, you can move a label along. So if you don't like where that's falling, you can just have it, move to a different spot along the contour. Little things to dress things up. You can change the layers to show a different style of contour line, for your existing contours. For instance, we had this index contour is red. Let's make it, instead of red, it will be, say, this gray. The intermediates will be a little darker gray. And the line type, I'm going to load. Don't have a particular contour type there, so I'm going to look in a different place for a line style, or I would be in bromine. Do I have an IntelliCAD? Pick that up. Let's look under program, data. Carlson 2025. IntelliCAD. well, I don't see, but if I had let's see. Maybe it's instead of program data, it stores it. I have to know where that particular file is. Let's look under program files. And let's look under Carlson 2025 IntelliCAD. Either support. There we go. I want to load this Carlson file. And now it has a predefined line style called, or I thought it did. I don't see it. There, let's load the other file instead of Carlson. Let's load iCAD. Ah, that's what I was looking for. Contour and Contour 2. We'll make those available. And now I'm going to set for my index contour. And I'll set for my intermediate Contour 2. I'm going to make them have a little bit of weight. So a 0.2 for the index and a 0.13 for the intermediates. And now you can see it's actually changed those to look more like existing contours. Notice something here. You see how the dash doesn't really fit right in there? That's due to a setting called line type generation. It's a system variable. It stores with each drawing. So your drawing templates should have those preset, but if not, if you need to change it, I'm going to select this and this, and then choose select similar. So I'll now have all of my contour lines selected. I go over here to the properties where it says line type generation is disabled. So when I say enabled, and now I go back and look at it and you see the dashes actually go through the vertices. It doesn't restart the pattern. So that would be what I would do. And then I would say freeze this layer, maybe also freeze my points layer so that all the points can go away, but except I've kept those as that text attribute. And then that would now be, of course, I would have, done these trees, etc. But so that could be my finished map that I, turn into somebody. I would also freeze the 3D polyline layer for that so I could label those arcs. I would have, if I wanted these to have been 2D polys, I would have, in my code, I would have said draw 2D and 3D line work so I could have all that stuff that I could label as well. Okay, so you got your manholes with a line type. I would then reverse the direction on that, which is up here. So now down here, my S's are right side up. Okay, so a number of things you can do with field to finish. And once you have that code table built and you incorporate that practice in your day-to-day work, and the field guys know how to start to code this stuff in. They know when they're starting a line to make a start, and they're going to use an FL because they know that that code is going to create that fence line. So once they do, they're going to turn you back in a coordinate file that looks like this, and it's going to have all of these little codes. Everything's consistent. I don't shoot some EPs and call some others EOPs or PVTs. So they have to be consistent for this stuff to work, and they have to understand what these codes are going to do. And if they do not, then you're stuck with having to sort of edit their coordinate file once they bring it back in. And sometimes you do make those edits like we did down here for this road edge. Okay. So that's how field to finish can really boost some productivity. And you have to get both sides of that equation on the right page. Okay, doke. And again, we could have, hatched in this area, hatched in the roadway, like you see in this feature down here. So that is that resulting work also done. I think we might have used these points up here. You can see well, our building's in a slightly different place, so this doesn't come out and make that nose shape. Like you saw in this other example right here, that long nose contour, as we had a different building accordingly. Okay. So any questions on that part of it? And that's a really important part of this software, is to be able to use field to finish to help you get your work done a lot quicker. One thing I would need to come back and change that scaling back a little bit so you can see that that is an electric line. So I just changed that scaling down a little smaller. So now I've got an electric line that ties down from that pole. It continues on. We got our fence, we've got our iron pins, we've got our property line. You might even change that code to, instead of every 2 inches, make it every 3.5 inches, so that the PL doesn't extend. You would then want to connect these two together, maybe. Okay. You could even then isolate your layers. I would actually come in here and, this would be whatever the actual property definition is going to do. And that would be what you as a surveyor do and determine the actual property. You could also then isolate those two layers and get your area by an interior point. Just call it lot 1. And so that's now just under a 2-acre lot. Okay. And then restore those layers back that you had, et cetera, et cetera. All right. Any questions? Everybody good? All right. So let's take our little afternoon siesta here. We'll come back at let's come back at a 1/4 till, so we can wrap up with some of these deed processing tools and see how that's possibly some help. You may or may not be using those to help you compare some points, but I'll show you how that stuff works. All right, so I'm going to stop the share and I'll pause everything. And just to wrap up, um, uh, what we were doing here and how that works. I know everything we did, it took a good bit of effort and thinking and thought and all that kind of stuff that we um, had to go through. But here's how that could particularly work. If I close this file, let's say I start a new file just like we did before. I'm going to say new. And I'll just call it junk for now. And yeah, we'll replace it. It's just junk. So now it's an empty file. I'm going to use this and I'm going to import my points from this text file. I'm going to say next. I'm going to select my file. There's that plat file that I did, and down here, I'm gonna store it. If I draw points, this is how quickly, once everybody's all on the same page and a coordinate file exists. Oh, actually, I didn't want to do that because they don't have the codes in that file. Let's do this instead. I will set the coordinate file to go data sets. That was my F2F example coordinate file. So now if I just simply do a draw locate points, I don't, yeah, I can't draw them from here, but if I then just go straight to my field to finish, I have nothing in my drawing. I just hit OK, and I get, what got defined here. Now I've got these line styles aren't part of this drawing because they're in that other drawing. I could transfer them from one over to the other, have that line styles pre-built so they could use it. But in other words, but you can see the results of having field to finish defined. And so now all these points have gotten interpreted and these things placed on the proper layers with the right symbologies. So there's my light pole, my utility pole, all that kind of stuff. My road points got pushed out in my 3D template. My sanitary sewer line gets created. Now I've got this line style here I'm not seeing because my LT scale I need to make as 1. So, and then I'm going to turn on my line weights. And, I changed some of those layer definitions, but you can see how this can really speed up your workflow once this stuff comes in. And once it's in and processed through that simple draw field to finish, then you can make edits just like you do it to a regular file. So you could change, if you had to, and that's a line itself, but if something were to, um, that you need to make an edit, maybe that had a curve back of the driveway, something like that. You can make all those little edits after the fact, after you use field to finish to give you the bulk of what you're looking for. And then you could go straight to building this as a surface because we now have all those points and those 3D line edges that we could use to help define that terrain. Okay. So that's that power, nothing more to beat that particular dead horse with. And let's start looking at these survey tools. Now, if you look in your book on page 71, it starts this exercise under deed processing. We're going to skip this exercise, but I want to tell you what it can do. The reason we're going to skip it is that it's so particular in getting things set up correctly that it would take us the rest of the day and tomorrow to get all those things ironed out. But basically what it does is it lets you actually read in the text from a deed description. You can do that by picking a file, or you can copy and paste out of a file if you have the deed description written out in a document. And then it starts to parse the lines of text in that file. And when all of these things match, and this is what takes so long, is that some deeds, they'll use the bearing codes, they'll put a space between the direction and the numbers. Some will use the degree symbol, some will use the word DEG, some will spell out DEGRES, that kind of stuff. But you put all these little triggers that help it identify the actual geometry. So in this particular little example that we did, it recognized the deed call. You can see it started with the line of Lovensheimer and it went south 6419.0 west, 209.20 feet to a whatever it was. And then it creates these, it actually draws these little figures and stores it with that. We can then add another one and we keep these going into this deed file that we can then use to make you know, you could make individual edits on these particular calls if there were something different. But then you have all these deed files and you can plot those out into a drawing and use them as a go by to see what your field points are going to match up like. Okay. So I'll leave that to your own tracking, and we are going to go through this particular exercise and see how this and deed correlation, how this is going to work. So we're going to, let's see, what did we have? We're going to start a new drawing and a new coordinate file, your choice of name, and we're going to choose the next command. So I'm going to say a new file. I'm going to set, and I'm going to make sure I'm in my proper directory. Wait on this stupid lag. I wish I could find out what's causing that and how to fix it, but it's some combination on my system with Zoom, and I'm not sure that every computer would do it. It may be something unique to this particular setup. All right, so I'm going to pull this down and choose my survey class datasets folder, and I'm going to call this name deed proc example. Notice there is one already called deed processing, but we'll leave it at this. Keep it at 30 scale. I have no projection. We'll say next. We'll allow the coordinate file to come up and be suggested by the wizard, same name, but we'll have no import. We'll have it empty. We'll say next. And now it's going to come in and just be an empty file. Okay, so we want to next go to our survey menu and choose enter a deed description. The one that we talked about here but weren't going to go through was this deed reader. It just takes too much setup to get things cooking for you. And so we're going to actually put in this particular deed, and I'm going to pull this over here on my other screen so I've got it handy when I can look back and forth without having to swap this. All right, so we're going to go to survey, enter deed description. And this is where you can set your layers, you can set your point layers, you can turn on traversing by prompting and by bearings or whatever, set those up to the way you want. We can say we're going to set up a point formats. We'll use complete points, label the lines and arcs automatically for us. The deed name, this would be, you know, Smith et al. Or whatever, or Smith et Ux. Or in this case, we'll just leave it lot 1. We're going to draw the line work, create it as a polyline, prompt us for descriptions, and prompt for the true point of beginning, which I don't necessarily need that on. And then right down here, this raw file, it can actually store and save a raw data file that we could go back and use to edit, but we're going to have it in this deed file. So I'm going to store it to a deed file. I'll make a new file. Normally you would choose append as you start to add multiple deeds into that collection of deeds in this deed file. So I'm going to say a new deed file. It uses the same name as the drawing as an example, but you could hit set and change the different name. We'll keep that like it is. We'll say okay. And now it wants me to pick a point or a point number. So I'm just going to go out an empty space here in my drawing, and I'm just going to click a point. Okay. It wants a description down at the command line. I'm going to type POB, that is my point of beginning. And it now you see has created a point of that description, point number 1. And now it's just like I'm drawing this deed description. So if you look in your book that's on page 73, that's the deed, those are the deed calls that we're going to put in. And so we're going to now choose from these options how to create this drawn figure. So it wants an angle bearing code. It shows in angle brackets 1. That would be what I would use by default if I just hit enter. And so the codes go like this. The codes, in fact, I think maybe if I say H for help, it might show those to me. Yes, so if I say H for help, as a reminder, my angle codes are 1, 2, 3, and 4 are the quadrants around northeast, southeast, southwest, northwest. 5 means putting an azimuth. 6 means using an angle left, 7 angle right, 8 means deflection angle left, 9 means deflection angle right. And those are the same codes that you would use if you're doing COGO calculations and doing traversing and things like that. So I'm going to, looking at my screen, in my book, rather, I see I have a POB and I'm going to do this around clockwise. And so I'm going to go to north 25, 30, 45, east 165, 45 as a distance. So I will hit enter to accept the bearing code of 1. And it wants me to enter that angle in the form of dd.mmss. So I'm going to go 25, put the decimal in. So I'm through with my degrees. I'm going to say 30 minutes and 45 seconds. And if you had partial seconds, you could just keep typing digits. So there's the bearing. And now it wants to know the distance. And the part in angle brackets that you see there is it is set to be reading feet, but you could change varas, meters, rods, or chains if you needed to. So we're going to keep it at feet. And so I'm going to type that number 165.45 and hit enter. So now you see it drew that. I'm going to just zoom it out and it automatically labeled, automatically drew up here, and it wants a point description. Well, I'm just going to type COR for corner. Okay. So now I've gone up to that upper corner and I'm going to come back down now, south 45 east to a distance of 200 feet. So that angle code, because it's southeast, is going to be 2. Because remember, it's the four quadrants, and then it goes azimuth, and then turn angle, left, right, and deflection, left, right. So 2 is my code. The angle is 45.0000. I don't have to put those other things. If they're all zeros, I can just say 45. And a distance of 200. So there now it's created that portion. And it wants a description. It keeps the last one as default, so I'll just hit enter. And now I'm going to go southwest, so my angle code is 3. The bearing is 25.3030 or 3. I don't have to have that ending. It knows that if it's 0, it can just take it as it would read it as 30. So 25 degrees, 30 minutes, 30 seconds, a distance of 156.78. But I want to show you one thing that this can help with as well. So if I know it's 156.78, let's say I mistype it as 158.78. All right, so no problem. We're going to be able to fix this a little bit. So I've now come to this point. It's also a corner. And now I need to go around an arc. And so I'm going to choose down here out of my options, this option C for curve. So I'll type C, and it wants to know either I can pop up a curve calculator, or I can do a tangent out, or a radius value. So the radius value is 200 feet. So it's going to assume tangency at that point. Now, which direction, right or left? Well, in this case, it is curving to the right. Okay. And now it wants to know the arc length, or you could choose to put the chord and all the tangent distance, but the arc length is 175 feet. So it now draws that, and it again goes to a corner. And now to complete this up, I'm going quadrant 4. So my angle bearing code is 4 because it's northwest, and it is 10.1525 for a distance of 200 feet. Also a corner. And then my closing leg is going to be back to quadrant 1. The degrees are 25.4030, so 25 degrees, 40 minutes, 30 seconds, a distance of 49.3 feet. And then I could put that, either call it POB again as well if I wanted. I'm going to call it POB-2 just to make it distinct from the other. And now I'm through with this, but I don't want to just hit enter or escape. I need to type E to exit so that it writes that into that file. And it tells me that it wrote the deed file, but it was unable to open my RW5 file. That's fine. And it's just select objects. I'll just hit enter. I think what happened was that when I ran it, I told it to, no, I did not tell it to store the raw file. All right. Do I have my automatic raw file settings turned on? Automatically check automatic point object. No, didn't have it. I don't know why I was trying to open the raw file, but in any case, it did. But I look at this, I zoom in here and I say, well, that didn't close up very well. So what I would do at that point is start looking as to why I may have missed that. Well, your classical things, what did we change? We did that distance down here, 158.78 instead of 156. And I look at that misclosure, and so I look for a line that's parallel to that line and check for distances. And okay, here I see it is. In fact, I see the amount of misclosure. And you've got tools there under survey as well. You could do these map checks, closure by point numbers. Let's say 1 to 7. Let's add 1-7 and process, no adjustment. And the closing point should have been 1. So that gives me, really bad closure here, and my distance of closure was, 1.8 in the north, 0.8 in the east. So it's right at, right under 2 feet. So that's another clue to help me try to find that, that error. So I look for something that's parallel to that closing, and I look for a line and try to find a distance. That I know where the error is, I can fix it there. But the other thing is that if maybe it was an angular error that you missed by, so you would look for you would, draw that misclosure line and then go perpendicular to it and see if it were to bisect one of these angles. So if the line were to come in and say, miss this angle, then I would know that I've got an error in that particular angle, which would be computed from the differential of those bearings. But anyway, now that we know we have a problem with it, let's see how we can fix that. We can go to survey, and instead of enter the deed description, which we did, but we saved the deed file, let's process the deed file. We'll find the existing one. I put too many L's in my label. We'll leave it at that. We'll open that one. And there's my lot one. If I highlight it and choose edit or just double click it, I see the individual pieces. Those are my distances. Here's my bearing codes. Here's my individual angle or degrees, minutes, and seconds, or I could choose a one column degree, minutes, seconds, sort of the way I entered it. Okay, and that's just however it splits it out. So I know that I had a particular was this line right here. Instead of 158.78, this should have been 156. So I'm just going to come in here and change that to a 6. So it's, you don't see it in here yet, but that's okay. We'll say, oh, I mean, it made the change, but we'll say okay, and we're going to save it. So it now updated that, and then I could draw that file again. We'll just label these, say okay, and now it did the draw. And now you see we're a lot closer, but it didn't pull this point with it, but it did draw the figure a lot closer together. So you see there's the one, and then there's the ending, which did miss it, but a lot closer. So if I wanted to, I could reposition this point. I would grab that point, and I don't think if I go to that endpoint there, yeah, it didn't do it like that. But if I, instead of doing it, let's move that point. I'm going to move from here now to this ending point. And I'm going to say, no, I'm not going to disable it. I'm going to update the coordinates. So now my point number 7, which is this one that said my POB2, is very close to, but not exactly where POB is with point number 1. Okay. In fact, I'll pull these things out. I'm going to move my point attributes with a leader. I'll pull out number 2. Oh, come on. Move point attribute to the leader. Oh, that's just a piece of text. I'm sorry. It labeled it. And I'll pull out number 2, which was up here. And then number 1 started down there. So that's now closure. These were, when I did that draw, it labeled those as text. So I don't really need those on here necessarily. And right now my curve reads as a degree of curve. And that's because when I did that labeling, my auto annotate, my annotation defaults said for arcs so good. A label the arc. Let's pick the O for options. Okay, units, decimals, that's fine. View curve report. I don't need roadway only. Let's stay here. So right now I'm showing it to put my radius, my arc length on the inside. That'll be okay. I'll say okay to that. And so it now recreates that instead of the previous default that's in just show the degree curve. So I've got 173.14 radius of 200. Well, that arc should actually be 175. I missed something in my deed file. This is an arc distance. It's a chord distance. There's my arc length of 175. I don't know why that somehow made the and then to the right. All right, so that should be okay. Save, exit. So now we will all right, so that change persists. I don't know, maybe I mistyped when I was in there. I don't know. So I'll draw it again, and this time let's draw it one more time, but unlabel these descriptions. Line and curve table settings, general settings. All right, then I can go back to that labeling a curve. Let's annotate the arc. Wow. Don't know why it keeps doing that as 173. No, so there's the 175, 200. So that's correct. If I draw it, erase the previous, let's not label it. There's something about the draw command that is forcing that to miss this point number 5 with this curve. If I look at my draw 2D polyline, for instance, I could be because I had that switch on. Example, and still got the right location. Draw, erase previous, label these lines and arcs. Are are either of you guys getting that same result? Are you getting that miss on the curve? You should not be. It should come in with that correct thing, but there's something that's causing this to, I'm just going to erase this whole thing and try that one more time. See, I've got my curve data is correct. Something about that delta angle maybe. Set it tangential. I'll locate my points. Huh. Do not see what would be causing that. When you draw your deed file, does it mess up that curve for you? Anybody, yay, nay? Try something here. I'll save this file. If I open the process example. If I erase by layer, and then let's go to survey. Process deed file. We'll get our file up there. To lot one, we see the right numbers. We'll say okay. Save. Exit. Whoops. It's selected and draw. It still misses that point. I've got some setting somewhere that's causing that to be a problem. And it's something about this curve. See, it's keeping, well, actually it read the radius, it read the arc length. That should be okay. Okay, so it's missing all the points now. So what we want to perhaps do to match those points up, if I process my deed file, I'm going to select the file. I'm going to select this and edit that. Now I've got the very first starting leg, which would be, up in here, but here's my starting northing and easting. I'm going to choose that to start at point number 1. Well, this button is not bringing up number 1, for heaven's sake. I'll choose point number 1. Okay, save, draw, we'll unlabel those. And exit, and now I'm still missing. I miss that. Huh. Do not know. All right, so if you did or did not get that same problem, let's not spend a lot of effort worrying about that. I'm just going to move these 2 points up. My curve is correct. My point number 4, for instance, is also off. This one, however, is correct. So I think what happened was the first time when I did that 158, it pushed those points out. So that's why I had to pull those points back up. Oh, I think yeah, so it's been working exactly right. When I made that correction and it drew those, it doesn't pull these points with it. So that's why I had to pull those points up into place. So I pulled that one up, these points up. I had already moved this point number 7 up to be the end of that line, which is right there. There's a little bit of overlap. So it moved up to that particular point. Okay. So now, how do we use some deep correlation tools? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this figure. I'm going to select that polyline and I'm going to right click copy, and I'm just going to put it over here on the side a little bit, and I'm going to give it a bit of a rotation so we know that it's should be the same thing, but it's, this is just arbitrarily from the deed. This is going to give us something that's going to replicate what or represent what we find in the field. So I'm going to zoom in here. I'm going to take that closing point and move it down. I've got a nice closed figure, although it's not technically mathematically closed. I could say yes. All right, so if this were something, and let's say when we were in the field, we had maybe that point was, just ever so slightly in a different spot, because we're not going to find all these in the same places. And then we'll move this other one over here too. So I'm just sort of moving these around. Now, what I'm going to do here, let me move that one also slightly off. So I'm going to get some points on that. I'm going to go to my Kogo menu and create points from entities. And I'm going to make a description called FLD PT for a field point. I'll switch to a different symbol here, draw the points. That's all well and good. I'm going to start with point number 101. So my hundreds are going to be the field located points. Process this polyline, lines, arcs, whatever. I'm going to skip radius and midpoints. Draw the new points. I'll say okay. I'll pick that point, and now I've got this point 101, 102, 103, 4, 5, 6. And because it was the same point, I didn't actually get a separate point that's going to correspond. So here's what our goal is to be. And I could get rid of that figure now. I just used it to create some points. Remember, I tweaked the locations, so they're not exactly corresponding one-to-one. So let's go to survey and choose some deed tools, and we're going to do this deed correlation. We're going to make a deed correlation file. We're going to choose new, and we'll just call that deed correlation. And we got some points. So we want to add some survey points and some deed points. So we're going to add these as point pairs. And we're going to see if we can move our survey points to the deed or our deed points over to survey to match what's on the ground. So I'll leave that as deed to survey. And I'm going to add a point. So it wants me to choose a survey point and create a deed point, or correlate it to a particular deed point. So if I screen pick point number 1, whichever one that was I may have gotten, as my deed point. Oops, sorry, I didn't do it in the right order. Check add a point, screen pick. Reading my prompt, it says pick the survey point. Well, there's my point 1 up there. Now the deed point would be this point 1 or point 7. Hit enter to end. So that read point 7. I could also add 101 to be point 1 because I don't know which one it necessarily would have been. Let's see, add point. So 101 compared to 7, so on. And I could just then go and start to add these individually. So I've got 102 is possibly point 2. I'm going to add 103, could be maybe point 3. And you can see, and maybe you found, 4 or 5 points all clustered around there. So you could add all of those different points in there to see which ones you had. So 104, maybe 4. And using this tool is going to help you figure out which one of those points might be the actual true corner. Obviously, there's more to surveying than just a mathematical fit. You've got evidentiary procedures and precedents and seniorities and all of that. But just to show you how the tool works, we'll do this 105 to 5. We'll add another point as 106, then to 6. Now, I do not have a point. I'm going to say save and exit. All I've done is create the file. See, I don't have a point 107. I just go 101 around to 6. So I found the 1 point, and I don't know necessarily which point 1 or 7 that it's going to correspond to, but we can run through these tools and see how it works. So back to points, or survey rather. Deed tools and our deed correlation. There's that file we just had up. There's our points. Now, you can do a number of reports that are going to give you some information. So it's going to do an inverse report, and it's going to hold, here's the column of survey points, the column of deed points. So it looks at 101 and it inverses to all of the points in my survey points from that point. So I'm going to be particularly looking not so much at bearings, but at distances. So 101 to 102 is 165,376. Over here, it's 165,45 in the deed. So I can sort of use that to help me find, maybe particular ones that and again, you would have maybe, 3 or 4 survey points that might correspond to the same deed point, just to help you find which one might be the correct point. So you can look at that as a comparative report. You can do a compare before align, and that just puts each alignment point up and it shows you the bearing and distance. Now, this bearing and distance doesn't really, and the deltas, they don't really give you much other than it's comparing what the difference is, just like doing an inverse between 101 and 1, 101 and 7, 102 and 2, et cetera, et cetera. So that's not necessarily going to help you unless you're already in the close proximity. So those are a couple of the reports you can do. And then you've got a check alignment, which lets you do some things like, let's suppose you have decided that point 102 up here might actually be the one you want to hold. So you're going to hold, and these are the deed points that we're holding because of the direction of our alignment from survey to deed. So if I hold point 2, and I see that I've got a pretty good fit, maybe if I hold this rotation down here to point 5, I'll hit say OK. So it's going to compute from 102 to 2, 105 to 5. Those are the points it's going to try to correlate, and it's got my differences in distance, amount of rotation, and then here's my average residual. So what it does is it calculates, if I hold point 2, rotate into point 105, then it's going to give me, and then assuming, because 2 and 102, so it's going to pick up 102 and bring it into point 2, and it's going to read that direction from 102 to 105 and rotate it to match the same as from 2 to 5. So once it does all that, it calculates these distances. These are the residuals. That's the amount of misfit. So you could see, based on what you may think is going to work, whether these will give you the right thing. And that's that check before aligned, etc., or check the alignment. Now you can also choose to find the minimum alignment, and that now says it has done all of those individual checks, but it found the one that gave you the smallest distances here in these residuals is if you hold point 4 and hold the rotation from point 4 into point 1, then you would bring 104 to where 4 is, you would bring 101 and rotate all of the survey points, holding 104 where 4 is, rotate it to the same direction as point 1 is, and it will give you this best fit mathematically along those lines. And again, that's not, the answer that's not the answer from a survey standpoint, because you've got all kinds of evidence that you have to consider as a survey. You guys know that. So, but it's a tool to help you find, again, if you've got a bunch of points clustered around one particular deed point, it can help you to figure out maybe which one is good to hold and set your rotation. So once you find that minimum alignment, you've got this apply alignment tool. And so now it's saying, all right, so I'm going to, and again, remember our choice of correlation was deed to field. So we're going to take point 1, point 7, point 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And we're going to do that by holding here point number 4 and it's going to try to match to 104. And point number 1 as a rotation would match the same rotation as 104 to 1. So 4 to 1, rotate this group of points and match it to 101. Now, here's something to pay attention to, because if you say align the screen entities, that means it's going to take this drawing stuff and bring it over here and put them into place based on the amount of rotation. So you would see this 0.4, which was down here, go to this 0.4, and then the 4 to 1 angle, which is this angle, is going to match this angle, bring all that around. So if I choose that, now here's what to pay attention to. I'm going to say, okay, read the prompt. It says select object or select entities, and it says select the objects to align, points excluded. And here's why. Because if you were to just draw a window around all of these and the points are also showing, the alignment itself is moving those points 7, 1 dash 6 and bringing all those things. They're already getting aligned. And then it's going to try to move everything we've selected by that same amount of adjustment. So it does a double adjustment on the points. So what you want to do is to select these objects to align, but with the points excluded. So don't select the points. We're going to just select the polyline. You can select the labels if you want, but they should recompute anyway because our linking is on. And let's see, we had that too as well. All right, so that's now going to be aligned. I'm through selecting. I hit enter. And you're going to watch that recompute itself. It aligns 7 points. Now, they stayed there until you finish the command, and now they've moved over to here. So there's 1 and 101. Then there's 4 and 104 are exactly the same location. But you can see as you zoom in really tight, you've got a slight little differential between those 2 points. So the ones that we changed, you see you've got this is the deed. So it pulled the deed in up to here and put that point there as 0.2 and 102. So if I look at 0.2, I get 048,197. If I look at 102, I get 961 and 169. So that's in a slightly different point. So 1 point is the circle, 1 point is the red X. So that circle is centered on the red. That's my field point. This red plus mark is the deed point. So there's a little bit of difference there, but down here at point number 4, it's exactly the same. And the rotation angle is up here at point number 1. And now these labels came with this curve label is part of that transformation. It sort of got wonkied out, and then you would recompute those, re-annotate those items. So if I go to annotate, for instance, auto annotate, if I choose the red ones, which are my field related items, it will recreate that stuff and put them back. And there's your 156.78. And those numbers there should be actually it. I'll repeat the auto annotation, say okay, and choose this one this time. So now you see you've got slightly different numbers here. So again, that could be something that could help you to, based on your field points that you find, to be able to resolve these this particular deed, and to do some deed closure and checks and things like that. Okay. So some of these other tools, again, you can have it create a deed file based on geometry. So if I've got this yellow line was that closed figure, if I copy that, say, over to here, and let's just go ahead and give that a pretty visible rotation from here to, say, here. And in my survey, deed tools, deed file, oh, not by interior text, that's going to do by interior text, but deed tools, polyline to deed file. And I'm going to can make another deed. File, create a new one. So now I will call that one lot 2. Down here on my command line, it's now done. I now have that as a deed file. If I wanted to choose that one as my lot 2, and you can see it's got the similar shape, but all these things are different. My arc actually has a different arc length and radius. I've got a I'm going to cancel that. I accidentally flattened out the curve. So I've got this, it's not exactly 200 footer, but it's 199.74 feet as a radius, and you can make your choices based on how that works. You can also, let's say if we wanted to, if we had nothing in our file, but whoops, let me. If I chose the original one, deed process example, if I add, I want to be able to pick the actual polyline, which I'm not able to bring that in, but if I into deed file, see what I want to do is use this existing file. Let me see if it offers to let me append it. So if I choose this, deed name, lot 2, and now if I process the deed file, which was that original file, I now have these 2 in there. And you can have any number of, drawn figures, that might represent deeds. You might, have something like this, and you may play around with these figures where you've drawn these. You might move them around to where you suspect these alignments are going to work. And maybe I'll change that from an arc to there. So if I now go to edit and choose align, just a 2D align, I want to align these 2. I want to take this point, match it to that point, and this point match it to that point. Now it says, do you want to scale them based on that? Well, no, I don't want to scale it. I'm just going to move to this point and set the rotation based on that. So I'm going to say no. So let's see. Instead of doing both, I had to do one at a time here. So I'm going to go from here to, let's do this instead. I'm going to let's line up those first corners, and then I'm going to go from here to there to set the rotation. No, don't scale it. So that moved that up there. Now let's say maybe this one, I went from and get that snap to here, and then also here to here. Again, I won't scale it, so it's there. I'll now, I'm going to get rid of all these other things out of the drawing. So I've now created these particular drawings, and I've made the assumption, my decals say that these are common lines, so I'm going to line them up here, and I would then simply do this. Deed tool has said that it is a polyline to a deed file, and I could take, let's call this one a new one, my total deeds. Then I would just pick these, let me pick these one at a time. And the deed name, let's see, it's got 3 in there. I think we have to do this one at a time here. So this one might be, Smith at Veer. So it's, I guess I gotta spell Smith correctly. I'd repeat that command, use the same file, add this one to it. And that might be Jones at Ux. And same thing, I would add this one as, whatever it was called. Let's see, lot 37. Now I've got those individual ones. So it looks like everybody's gone away. So I will stop the recording.